Good morning, everybody. I will not say that the green attire that all three of us have on is because of the wonderful win by our fan. Mr. Shaskalsi?
Yes, Chair. Mr. Carrim was supposed to testify today, but he's been...
Good morning to you too, Mr. Premier.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. And it's not a green blazer, but I don't know if you can see, it is a green tie.
I see that. I see that.
No DNA, just RSA, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Shaskal.
Chair, Mr. Carrim has been hospitalized, so he can't be here today. But we do want to place on record certain issues relating not just to his non-appearance, but to what's happened before. And essentially, Chair, you'll recall that when Mr. Carrim testified back in April, there were a number of documents and details that he undertook in testimony to make available to the Commission. Those details were thereafter incorporated into a Regulation 10.6 notice that was dated 8th May 2026 and that was served on Mr. Carrim by the Sheriff on 12th of May. And they related to the payments of 1 million and 1.12 million, which Mr. Carrim said he was unaware of. Payments that were made to Medicare 24 Tshwane District by Tasmika Construction. And certain information relating to those payments was sought from Mr. Carrim. It was sought first in a notice on a notice dated 8 May, served on 12 May, and then a supplementary notice dated 20 May was sent to Mr. Carrim and his attorneys when there was no response to the earlier notice, which repeated that request and then essentially tabled all of the details that Mr. Carrim had undertaken to provide to the Commission but had not yet done so. And some of these are fairly routine details. So, for instance, details of the accountants, auditors, and accounting officers of various of his companies. The dates of appointment and removal of Mr. Kerr and Mr. Mohammed, who he testified who had been appointed with certain rights in relation to Medicare 24 at the instance of Mr. Carrim. Audited financial statements for his companies, or if audited financial statements didn't exist, we asked for unaudited financial statements and an explanation of why there were no audited financial statements, and there was an undertaking that he would provide us with a copy of an agreement or a draft agreement between himself and companies of Mr. Mamela, and also communications between himself and Mr. Carrim. So that was all tabled in a supplementary Rule 10.6 notice dated 20 May. And thus far, we've received no response to that either. There is a further issue, which is after Mr. Carrim wasn't available to testify at his last appearance and is now, after he wasn't available to testify at his last appearance, we asked that Mr. Carrim make himself available for examination by a specialist appointed by the Commission to confirm that he was indeed not medically fit to testify. And he hasn't yet responded or hasn't yet complied with that request. So we sit in a situation today where this is the second appearance for which Mr. Carrim has been medically unfit to appear. We're running out of time. And there are a whole succession of details and documents which he undertook in evidence to make available, which were then demanded of him in terms of notices and which have not yet been forthcoming. So we accept that he is not available to testify today, and that he has been admitted to hospital. So we can't have him here today. But what we would ask of the Commission is to postpone his appearance to the 15th of July. And our request, or our intention in relation to what will happen on 15 July is, obviously, if Mr. Carrim is here, he will be questioned. It will be the end of his testimony. If he is not here and is still, on his version, medically unfit, we will no longer seek his appearance on the 15th of July. But if he has subjected himself to independent examination by a specialist appointed by the Commission, and that independent specialist confirms his incapacity to testify, we won't ask for him to be called again. We won't have time to hear his evidence, but we will ask the Commission to make its findings in relation to all matters relevant to the evidence of Mr. Carrim on the basis of the evidence that he has already given, and on the basis of the evidence that he has thus far not answered, and his failure, if the failure still persists, to furnish audited financial statements, details of auditors, and the like. If Mr. Carrim does not agree to be examined by an independent specialist, then we will ask the Commission to recommend that he be prosecuted under Section 5 and 6 of the Commissions Act and Regulation 12(2) for hindering the proceedings of the Commission. And we will also ask for the Commission to make its findings on the basis of the evidence that we've heard thus far from Mr. Carrim, but no further evidence.
Regarding that proposed criminal process, I would imagine that the mental element would consist of intent, and are you basically saying that's something that would then have to be investigated down the line?
It would have to be investigated. I don't want to address argument on that, because I'm still hoping that one of two things will happen. Either Mr. Carrim will have recovered and will be here in 3 weeks' time, or his medical state will have been confirmed.
So that's an issue.
So it may never arise, but I want to give notice now that the Commission, or the evidence leaders at any rate, I can't speak for the Commission. The evidence leaders are taking this very seriously, because we regrettably are of the view that thus far we have not received the necessary cooperation.
I guess at this stage I'm going no further than just raising this so as to start thinking about it.
Indeed, I'm not asking the Commission to make any decisions at this stage, but I do need to place it on record so that Mr. Carrim and his legal team know where we will be going.
Okay, all right. Please continue.
So for present purposes, all that we would ask from the Commission is a postponement to 15 July. That's all I have to say at this stage.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskelson. Yes, Mr. Prime Head.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. 3 very brief submissions in response to what my learned friend has said. The first one on the documents and the alleged non-compliance. My learned friend made reference to 3 dates, 8th May, 12th May, and 20th May, when the relevant instruments requiring those documents were delivered to Mr. Carrim. I would just point out that as far back as the 14th of April, 2026, in response to the Commission's letter on the 14th of April, 2026, at page 3, paragraph 11 of that letter, Mr. Carrim's legal representative said the following after Mr. Carrim's initial hospitalization. We further advise that we as the legal team are dependent on Mr. Carrim's family to receive updates regarding Mr. Carrim's condition, which depends on the medical treatment and advice he is presently receiving. We will update you as appropriate when we receive the information from Mr. Carrim's family. Now, I highlight that only to point out one thing, and that is when Mr. Carrim was initially hospitalized, it was explicitly stated to the Commission that the legal team, as creatures of instruction, cannot act without instructions from their client. And if their client is medically indisposed, particularly in circumstances where his medical indisposition started ahead of May, it started in April, it stands to reason that this allegation of not complying must be put in its proper context, that it's not willful, and it's because the ability to deliver those documents is directly hamstrung as a result of Mr. Carrim's medical condition and all the subsequent correspondence and all the subsequent medical reports, of which there have been 4 reports, which make it abundantly clear that Mr. Carrim is not only able to attend the Commission, he's also not fully able to engage with his own legal team regarding his ability to give instructions. So that's the first point I want to make, Chair. The second point I want to make, Chair, is in respect of this independent medical examination request that has been now raised on the record by my learned friend.
But which I understand was raised previously. But
yes.
Of course, I do hear you say on record.
Yes.
But as a matter of fact, it was raised through correspondence.
I don't take any issue that this is my first occasion of having notice of that.
Yes, all right.
I just want to address the reference. Excuse me, I just want to address what my learned friend said, Chair, in the context of raising it today. The Commission sent our client and his legal team a letter yesterday on the 24th of June where this was raised, and I'm not sure if my learned friend or the Commission itself have seen our response to that letter, also dated the 24th of June. The only thing I want to emphasize from that 24th of June letter, Chair, is what is...
Sir, before you go on, are you saying that the possibility of subjecting Mr. Carrim to an examination by a specialist of the Commission's choice was raised for the first time in yesterday's communication?
No, I'm not saying that.
Yeah, I'm asking that so that it does not appear to all concerned that's what you are saying.
I'm only addressing the content then of the letter of yesterday as it responds to the letter of yesterday from the Commission, which I understand my learned friend to be foreshadowing with you today.
I understand you, but I just want the fuller picture out there. That it was not the first time yesterday.
Unequivocally, I say on the record it was not raised yesterday for the first time in the correspondence. It had been raised prior, and the parties have been engaging on that. I'm just limiting it to the exchange yesterday and as it comes in front of you today.
Yes.
All I want to say, Chair, is that in respect of that contention or submission that is an available avenue to the Commission, in our letter of yesterday, particularly paragraph 10, you would see that certain issues were raised, and those issues were raised with the purpose of saying, and I place this on the record as well, is that once that is clarified, our client can then be informed of what the position of the Commission is, and he can exercise his rights to the extent that he can, and give us instructions to the extent that he can. So,
may I just raise this in the context of claims arising from, for example, bodily injury, medical malpractice, such examination happen as a matter of course. One of the issues raised in the letter we received, I think, at night, I might be mistaken, is the question whether there is a suspicion that, I'm paraphrasing.
Yes,
maybe
I accept.
that Mr. Carrim is not in fact suffering from what is stated by the doctor.
Yes.
Bearing in mind what I've just said about this happening as a matter of course, would you say in those cases it happens because there are suspicions?
No, but may I qualify my answer on the following two propositions?
Yes.
The first one is the regime that the chair is putting to me is firstly in the context of medical negligence claims or damage from medical negligence, which we know arises under a prescribed procedure under Uniform Rule 36. And related proceedings under Uniform Rule 36, where there's the contestation between parties and the need for independent medical examination to determine the extent of damages claimed and verify all of those. Without going into the merits of that, all I'm gently going to say at this point is that firstly, we're not in that terrain, and secondly, there's no equivalent procedure in the regulations, the Act, the rules, or the Commission's own rules that remotely cater for an equivalent procedure.
I saw that your letter actually raises that, and it's asking for the legal prescripts that make it possible for the Commission to insist on something like this. The prescripts governing the Commission's process provide, for example, that the chairperson may regulate the Commission's process. Based on your point that nothing comes anywhere near entitling the Commission to order something like this, would you say that that power, for example, the regulation power, would not be sufficient for the exercise of such a power or to make such a direction by the Commission? If so, why not?
May I qualify my answer first by saying I'm addressing the Chair's questions to me in general and in a hypothetical discussion. So nothing that I say must be construed as committing my client to a position one way or another. I understand the Chair and I are having a debate about remit and powers. So I just want to make that
It's just a virus issue.
Yes,
you are raising a
yes.
virus issue, and I'm engaging you at that level.
And because we don't know what the Commission's view, and when I say the Commission's view, I mean the evidence leader's view of the medical evidence is, and its deficiencies or otherwise, I need to make that clarification that I'm not committing my client to a version preemptively without knowing what the Commission's stance is. That's my clarification. But Chair, and this is still the first issue I want to address, you know that previously when we've appeared in front of the Commission, we raised an objection, to example, for a certain line of questioning that our learned friend was putting to the witness. My learned friend, Mr. Bana, was appearing on that occasion. Chair is nodding his head, he remembers that very well. And one of the preliminary objections raised to the line of questioning with the reservation of rights was that the line of questioning fell outside the mandate of the Commission, and that we reserved our client's rights to place that in issue at the appropriate time. Now, Chair, that answer is background context in response to your question on V-Rays, because in as much as obviously you have on the desktop version, you have an unfettered power to create the appropriate...
It can never be unfettered.
Well, that's the point. Well, Chair helpfully preempts me to where I was going to go, is the question of the degree of the fettering of your power is tied directly into the issue of the mandate. So without going into a full debate as to whether or not that falls into or outside of your mandate, I'm just flagging at a broad level of proposition, that's one concern we have. But also there are other concerns that we have, that they are potentially less intrusive means that the Commission has available to it, other than to subject our client to medical examination by a medical expert that he does not necessarily consent to. It's a compelled examination. That's how we understand the proposal being put, and that which potentially breaches his medical rights whilst under treatment by a treating doctor in a manner that potentially breaches sections 14 and 15 of the National Health Act. And that creates a question of vires and competency insofar as the exercise of your discretion is concerned, if you're invited to do that. So that's my first bundle of concerns, if I may, in response to you, Chair. The second...
If a ruling or directive from the Commission were to direct that Mr. Carrim avail himself for such an examination, but be couched in a manner that does not make it obligatory that he do so. But of course, bearing in mind the fallback position that Mr. Shaskalson has placed before us, in the event that Mr. Carrim does not do so, would that take care of your concerns about the statutory prescripts that you are referring to? Because then he can just opt out and say, I'm not going to do it. At this stage, this is just engaging at a legal level.
Yes.
I'm not saying that's the way I'm going to go. Yes.
No, Chair, can I say, firstly, I'm indebted for this exploratory discussion in the way that it's occurring, because it's helping clarify for me, and also I would hope for the Commission's evidence leaders, about these concerns which are legitimate concerns. And so again, the first point is I'm not committing my client to aversion in response to what Chair has put to me, but can I say that I have two responses to this hypothetical directive. The first one, of course, is it depends on the nature of the request, once specified by the Commission, for such a ruling and directive, which my client must then be given a full opportunity to respond to. So I can't in abstract just say, well, if you try to design an equivalent confidentiality regime, like Chair will know from the HSF judgment, in our circumstances, attenuated for consent, that I can agree to it. I first have to see what the Commission's position is. In theory, that might not be objectionable, but it might still be objectionable if there's a vires challenge. So the creation of the regime does not answer the fundamental question if it's still ultra vires. So that's as far as I can probably take it. The second thing I would say is that if it's attenuated to being voluntary, that might not be objectionable in and of itself, but then it depends on what weight will be placed on the election that is otherwise voluntary to ask the Commission to draw adverse inferences against my client for not participating in a voluntary request. Because remember, in the recent exchange of correspondence between my client and the Commission's position is that we've asked you, it's reasonable, you're choosing not to do it, and if you don't do it, we're going to ask the Commission to make inferences against you.
Let us say you were the decision maker, and the upshot of all this was that Mr. Carrim ends up not testifying at all as a decision maker. And faced with the evidence that you have, how would you handle that evidence? I think it would be quite odd if, for example, we were suddenly to say, a lot of evidence was heard before the Commission, but because Mr. Carrim could not have his last word on it, therefore, everything that relates to the bit in respect of which he did not have his last word will just be ignored altogether. So how, if you were the decision maker, how would you handle the situation? I'm raising this in the light of your point about adverse inferences being drawn.
No, Chair, I think we must disaggregate the adverse inference point. I'm talking about the adverse inference in the specific instance of not participating in a voluntary medical examination. That's what I was addressing. What Chair is putting to me, I think, is something slightly different, which is like, and I've not been an acting judge yet, but when that happens, should it happen, obviously, Chair, what you're putting to me is the ordinary decision-making process that a judicial officer goes to in circumstances where you will weigh probability, credibility, admissibility, and so on. And if you draw an adverse inference at the end stage of your report writing in analyzing the evidence, that can't be objectionable. That's the ordinary rules of evidence as we understand it. So if at that stage you draw an adverse inference, for whatever reason you draw an adverse inference, I don't think in principle that there can be an objection to that exercise of inference drawing. I was addressing the adverse inference point about the prior step regarding the voluntary election. So, in direct answer to you, Chair, if I was the decision maker and it was argued in front of me that an adverse inference must be drawn, that Mr. Carrim is a naughty person, so to speak, because he didn't participate in the voluntary disclosure.
You see, that's what I'm trying to get out of the equation. There is an inference is being drawn and becomes adverse because of one saying, because of his failure to testify, we are drawing an adverse inference. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's get that out of the equation and just look at the evidence that's before the commission.
Yes.
And then decide what to make of it, just as evidence
Yes.
that's before the commission. Of course, it will be a fact that certain allegations have not been answered,
Yes.
and one takes it no higher
Yes.
than that.
No,
So
then
it's at that level that I'm engaging.
then
you.
we're at Eden.
Not an adverse inference based on the failure to testify, in the sense that maybe he was being naughty. Why would he not testify?
yes.
So I'm engaging you at the level of the reality is that here is evidence to which there is no answer, period.
But then we're at Eden, because that's what I was trying to draw the distinction on. If Chair puts it to me in that way, and that's the disaggregation that I was, with respect, motivating, you're not elevating the non-participation in the voluntary examination process to say, that's the evidence that you're naughty, I'm drawing the adverse inference. I can accept that. But if it's the second one, which is that it's unanswered allegations and therefore I'm drawing inferences because of the failure to answer, that's the ordinary laws of evidence.
To get to that, what you call an adverse inference, to get to that, I think we would have to first make findings as to Mr. Carrim's condition.
Yes.
Otherwise, it's just difficult, I think. I don't know what Mr. Chaskalson would say.
Agreed.
Yeah,
And because you'd have to consider potentially credibility or the, as I was saying, credibility, probability, veracity of the version. You'd have to engage with all of that. All I was simply saying about it depends on where that comes in. If it's the first step medical examination, that's where I may have a problem. But if it's the second step, which is what Chair is putting to me, unanswered allegations and what flows from unanswered allegations, to me that's the ordinary principles of evidence. That can't be objected to. Unless, of course, there's a question of Audi or whatever
All right, you may continue,
Thank you, Chair. But the second point I was going to make in respect of these the medical examination and less intrusive means is that, and I say this with due respect, because we're not in Uniform Rule 36 territory, there is no comparable direct access to a witness as far as I understand it. My understanding, and you'll know, for example, in the litigation involving President Zuma and the competency of his medical certificate that he used to excuse himself from another commission, if I'm not mistaken, which went originally in front of Judge Pillay, who might have acted with Judge in the Concourt, but is from the KZN division. There, the contention was not when the commission, that commission, I don't want to call it the Zondo Commission, but you know which commission I'm referring to. When that commission had issues with the medical certificate and the medical fitness of the witness or otherwise, they had to impugn the medical certificate as the first step and potentially the person who authored the medical certificate, because that's the evidence upon which the witness relies to say, I should be excused from giving the evidence. So why I mention that is because what our learned friends say is that because they've come up against this medical certificate as they have, they must go directly to the witness and subject him to a medical exam from someone other than the doctor of his choosing. Whereas what they could do is they could engage the medical practitioner themselves. If they wanted to, they could have, we could have, I say we in the sense of if chair gives directives to that effect. And again, I'm not committing myself to this version, I'm just theoretically testing the proposal put in front of you, is that we could have an in-camera hearing, because obviously we'd need to test the fullness of that confidential medical evidence, so it can't be for open public consumption. But then that's what we do, and the commission might choose to cross-examine the particular medical professionals. They might wish to lead the evidence of their own medical examiner, who might give an expert view of the expert view that we've tendered. We might want to cross-examine their own expert. So that what I'm saying is that I'm not immune to the Commission's concerns about concluding the evidence of Mr. Carrim. But we've played open cards with the Commission to the extent that we can, by providing all the correspondence, by providing 4 medical reports, giving all the details of all the treating doctors, and before we must leapfrog to subjecting a person to a compelled medical examination, or potentially a voluntary one like Chair says, we must think about the balancing exercise of constitutional rights. And if there is less intrusive means that can nonetheless enable the Commission to do its job, then we would argue from the perspective of proportionality and reasonableness and balance, then that's an available mechanism. May I just make my last main submission? But before I do that, Chair, I don't know if you want to...
Just to say what Chair posits.
Yes.
I think to say says sounds stronger to me. I think there's a nuance there.
Yes, no, then I withdraw every use of the word says, and I rather use the word posits. If the transcriber can edit the transcription, that's perfectly
No,
fine.
they don't need to. It's part of the engagement.
Yes. No, I accept that. And I'm grateful for the clarification, Chair, because also what I'm doing is I'm trying to be helpful to you, Chair, and the Commissioners by engaging the debate and giving as cogent an answer as I can, hamstrung by the fact that I can't commit my client to a version in the absence of knowing the Commission's position and without instructions. So that's the rock in the hard place, the rock on my right and the hard place on my left, perhaps, that I'm stuck between in trying to engage you, Chair. So that's as far as I'm trying to take it. My third and last main submission, if I may, Chair, is that I've heard what my learned friend said about the recommendation for prosecution. We are in your hands, and we will do as directed. Thank you, Chair. I'm indebted, and I know I've taken a long time, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prem. Mr. Shaskalsin?
Chair, I don't want to respond now because this is a debate, if it is ever going to arise, for another day. But I do want to place on record that we don't accept many of these submissions. And in particular, the one worrying thing that we see is what the medical reports disclose is that Mr. Carrim has not been hospitalized continuously since April. He tends to get hospitalized just as his appearances before this commission are scheduled. And that is worrying. And it's particularly worrying in the context of a situation where very basic, quite aside from his appearances, there are very basic requests for some documents to be furnished, like financial statements. It doesn't take much to issue an instruction for financial statements of a company to be made available to this commission if you're not in hospital. And what we see is a simple refusal to comply with these notices, coupled with a pattern of, as an appearance date appears, suddenly Mr. Carrim needs hospitalization. Now, it may be perfectly true. It may be that by coincidence, or possibly not by coincidence, his medical condition compounded by the stress of an imminent appearance requires his hospitalization. It is, I'm not saying it's not true, but it is worrying. And what is particularly worrying is that very, very basic requests for information have been outstanding since Mr. Carrim last testified, at a time when he was certainly fit enough to testify, fit enough to travel outside of the country, and we still wait for the documents that he promised us when he gave evidence. I don't want to say any more now. I'm hoping this never becomes an issue that we need to take further.
Now, thank you, Mr. Shaskalson. For purposes of now, what sort of...
All we want is a postponement
just
until
a postponement
the 15th of June.
Period, nothing more.
We put stuff on record now so that
Thank you.
Mr. Carrim and his legal team know what our concerns are, but all we want is a postponement until 15th June.
Thank you. The hearing of Mr. Carrim's testimony is postponed to 15 July 2026. You are both excused.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's adjourn whilst you set up. You'll indicate to us when you are ready. Let's adjourn.
When the moment comes, it finds all of us. The FIFA World Cup 2026 is here, and SABC is your home for every moment that brings us together. Don't miss a second. Watch the FIFA World Cup 2026 matches live on SABC3, stream on SABC Plus, and stay connected on SABC radio stations nationwide. SABC, the official broadcaster of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Good morning, Mr. Musigidi.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Mr. Nku.
Morning, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Today we have Mr. Nku. His testimony was postponed the week before last, Chair. Chair, Mr. Duplessis.
Sorry, and good morning, Mr. Duplessis. My apologies.
Good morning, Chair. May I just say that I represent Mr. Nku here today.
Yes.
My colleague, Mr. Eckstein, I'm standing in for him. He's unfortunately with a health issue hospitalized.
Yes.
But we are ready to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Duplessis. Yes, Mr. Musigidi.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the witness is here. He can be sworn in.
Mr. Nku, please place your full names on record.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Tumelo Nku.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please say so help me God. I see your right hand is already up.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you should have about 8 files behind you, but for this morning, we will be focusing on the statement files containing Mr. Nku's statement, or statements rather. And then there's a file also containing WhatsApp chats and screenshots, which I will draw the Commission's attention when we get to that. Thank you. Mr. Nku, you should have by you a file which contains your statement. You will see that there's an index which describes your statement from page 1 to 6. Can you confirm that?
I do confirm, Commissioner.
Yes, let's go to that statement. It's titled, on page 1, it's titled Sworn Affidavit. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
If you go to page 6 of that document, you see there at the deponent there is a signature there and a date. Can you confirm that to be your signature?
I do confirm, Chair.
And can you confirm that this is the statement you submitted to the Commission?
I do confirm, Chair.
Yes. And then, Mr. Nku, you also submitted another statement. What we refer to is a supplementary statement. It should follow down immediately after item 2 to the first annexure. Do you see the index?
I do see the index, Chair.
Yes, and then if you page over, it will say supplementary statement, and similarly on page 4 of that document, there is a signature under the deponent. Do you confirm that to be your signature, Mr. Nku?
I do confirm, Commissioner.
And you confirm that this is your supplementary statement that you submitted to the Commission?
I do confirm that this is my supplementary.
And you stand by the contents of both statements?
I do to the best of my abilities, Chair.
Thank you. Then, Mr. Nku, I want us to go back to your statement. I will be asking you to...
Chair, perhaps just before we proceed, may I just place on record the following, that this matter mainly concerns a docket, a police docket, relating to a Boyson's CAS 98/07/2021, in terms of which Mr. Nku was arrested, and prosecution was in fact instituted, but at a later stage withdrawn. The situation is that obviously Mr. Nku will still be exposed to prosecution in that matter. So I wish to record formally then that Mr. Nku will assert his rights in terms of Section 3(4) of the Commission's Act 8 of 1947 in terms of his right of privilege against self-incrimination, and furthermore relating to Rule 8 of this Commission's regulations relating to the use of any evidence he gives here in any criminal prosecution which may follow, although I hasten to say that Mr. Nku will deny having made himself guilty of any criminal actions or offences, but I just wish to formally place on record then that he will assert his rights as I set out.
I assume this relates to responses to individual questions and not a blanket claim of
Indeed so.
The right against self-incrimination.
Yes, indeed so, Chair, but the situation is that he is here under subpoena and obviously compelled to give evidence. We are not going to, from question to question, assert that right. So it is.
No, by question to question, I mean where that does arise.
Where it applies.
Yes.
Without then specifically every time pointing it out to the Commission.
If it doesn't point it out where it is meant to apply, then we will expect responses of substance to the questions.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nku, are you then on your sworn affidavit, which is what we call your first statement?
Yes, indeed,
Yes.
I am, Commissioner.
And then can you then continue reading that into record, starting with the way you say I, Tumelo Nku, and then you continue?
I, Tumelo Nku, hereby make oath and state as follows. I am an adult male. Must I skip the ID number?
No, you can skip the ID number, definitely.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you. Just I'm an entrepreneur in businesses with proficiency in data analysis, ethical hacking, consignment and inventory management, conducting cyber penetration testing and research for various organizations.
I am happy to learn that there's something called ethical hacking. Please continue, Mr. Nku.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Consignment and inventory management, conducting cyber penetration testing and research for various organizations. The facts contained herein are within my personal knowledge, unless otherwise stated, and are to the best of my knowledge both true and correct. The affidavit is submitted in response to the questions posed by the Commission regarding the events of the 9th of July 2021 at Aeroton, Johannesburg.
Mr. Nku, just one question before we go to paragraph 2. As part of your entrepreneurship, are you also involved in tendering or offering tenders to various arms of government, including municipalities as well?
Offering tenders, please
No,
specify.
Do you tender to offer services to different arms of the government, including municipalities?
So,
Usually would say, are you also a tenderpreneur?
no, I'm not a tenderpreneur. I'm a business consultant who have clients which are tenderpreneurs. But I do not run a business which is tendering for municipalities and government.
Thank you. Then you can proceed.
Thank you very much.
Then you can start at 2.1, sources of information.
Sources of information. I became aware of the potential shipment dating the last week of April 2021 through confidential sources. At that stage, the information was preliminary and indicated a possible shipment involving arms contraband, including drugs. I share...
Sorry, and what do you mean it was preliminary?
Preliminary would mean hearsay, Chair. Something that is not definitive to narrow it down to specifics as to whether it's vague. Might be this, might be that.
Oh, please continue then. I shared.
Preliminary and indicated a possible shipment of arms and contraband, including drugs. I shared the information with LT General Suliman Carrim, whom I was initially introduced by former Minister, Deputy Minister of Defense, Commissar Kevin. As he expressed that General Mfazi was his compatriot in exile. Further details were received and shared in late June. All the information was relayed to the General accordingly. By approximately the 7th, 2021, certain containers were identified as being prioritized for transportation. One of them was conclusively positive based on.
Sorry, sorry, Mr. Nku. You say that the information about arms, contraband, and drugs, or rather, the information concerned the shipment of all the things I've just itemized. Was there mention of the type of drugs, perhaps? Was it cocaine?
There was no mention of the type of drugs.
They just said
But,
drugs.
yes.
All right. When you advised General Mfazi of this information, was it the first time you ever advised police about information possibly involving criminality?
No, Chair.
It was the first time.
No, it wasn't, Chair.
It was not.
It was not the first time.
Okay. Who had you done this within the law enforcement service or services?
So I've mainly done or sent information or exchanged information with Chief Mashaba, or let me say Mr. Mashaba. And in expression, I want to move from this premise when I refer to Mr. Mashaba. Maybe I'll get to it in terms of the relationship.
I've read your statement. I've seen your introduction on how you got to know each other. At this stage, I just wanted to know, when you gave information to General Mfazi,
Yes.
Was it the first time you ever gave information
To law enforcement.
yeah, possibly involving criminality to law enforcement?
No, it wasn't.
So you've said no. You said no.
I've heard, yes.
So
I've heard.
now, but what about General Mfazi? Was this the first occasion with him?
I would say, okay, this wasn't the first engagement.
With General Mfazi.
So maybe let me clarify the introduction with General Mfazi.
Yes.
When he was introduced, initially it was mainly based on my skill set to aid in looking up information. Because he was introduced to me, and the referral was maybe in our colloquial language, maybe ukamutusa kantotetsa,
Meaning
yes.
your skill set.
Yes. So when he was referred to me, it was mainly based on that. But looking at obviously the seniority, I felt the rapport.
Sorry. Seniority in the sense of the rank he held, or seniority in terms of age? Seniority in what sense?
Seniority in terms of the rank that he held.
All right.
So then it would be easier to pass information directly to him as opposed to, and I was just testing waters. That's why I'll get to maybe Mr. Mashaba later.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
All right. I'm not probing at this stage. This is merely seeking clarity, and that's what we usually do. You first run through your statement, but along the way we may ask clarity-seeking questions. So, if I understand you correctly, you are saying this was not the first occasion you gave information to General Mfazi. Now, on how many occasions before this occasion had you given information to him? And what suspected criminality was involved during those previous occasions or instances?
So, Chair, maybe let me clarify. This was the first occasion where I've given information, because the introduction was not based on me giving information, but rather the introduction was me aiding in my skill set, clarifying information.
Okay, maybe we misunderstood each other then, because maybe 3 or so questions back, my question was whether this was the first occasion you had ever given information of this nature to General Mfazi. So you are saying this was the first occasion?
This was the first occasion. It was because we were recently introduced.
All right, okay.
It didn't been long.
Okay,
yes.
All right. Now, besides General Mfazi, I want to know if before this occasion, the occasion that involved General Mfazi, you had ever given information about suspected criminality to any other law enforcement officer?
It had been Mr. Mashaba.
Mr. Mashaba.
Yes, a couple of times.
How many times? How many times?
A lot of times.
Couple may sometimes be vague. Some people use couple literally to mean two. But
no, more than twice. There had been a lot of incidents, instances rather, where I've given information. And that's why I said maybe in terms of clarity, I don't know if Chair wants me to get to that now, or
maybe let's leave it at several instances. Then maybe we'll get to the detail at the probing stage.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Now, just another question. I hope it will also not sound probing at this stage. So, were you a paid informer/informant, or were you doing this altruistically or out of the goodness of your heart?
Chair, I wasn't a paid informer in a sense of giving information to law enforcement. Yet,
I don't understand that. You are not an informer as in giving information to law enforcement. Or paid, or you used paid. All right.
Yes, I wasn't a paid informant. I was more of a confidential source. However, I have instances where I've consulted with I would say foreign intelligence entities on the basis of my skill set. That is not merely being an informant, but as a consultant who would expect remuneration for their services. So in terms of giving information,
Sorry, just to make sure I understand. The last thing you are referring to, would it be similar to, for example, being contacted by a corporate entity for you to assist it in terms of your skill, what you referred to as your skill set? Would that be the same thing, basically? You are an expert in this, and you are a player in this environment. Can you please, using that skill, assist me? So is that what you are referring to when you are referring to the criminal justice system, or rather law enforcement officers? Would you be assisting them in that sense, or what?
So I think maybe, Chair, if you can phrase it differently, because I'm not...
Yes.
Or maybe I don't understand the question, Chair.
I asked you a question whether you were doing this altruistically or out of the goodness of your heart.
Precisely, Chair.
Were you paid, or were you doing it altruistically?
No, for providing information to law enforcement, I haven't been paid.
That was the simple answer. You then confused me by referring to something else. That's what got me lost, which is why, to understand, I then made a comparator with the corporate world and said, would you be doing something similar as, for example, if you were engaged by an entity within the corporate world? But you've answered me, you've said you were not paid.
Pardon me,
You would give information to law enforcement officers for free. You've answered me. So let's forget about the other issue you were trying to explain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Maybe before you proceed, sir, Mr. Msikiri, you say that you had that information first in April 2021, and you say it was preliminary information at that stage, but you shared with General Mfazi. What at that point do you share? What exactly do you say to him?
The information that I shared was, or rather that I shared was, there might be something of this sort that's maybe, to use a slang for it, that's being cooked up, or that's still in the making. If it is at all possible, as I keep acquiring more details, I'll then feed the information, but be on the lookout. There was more of it. Be on the lookout. There might be something of this sort in the making.
Okay. So when you say be on the lookout, as in what? As he should start preparing to do something about that information? Was that the idea?
There will come a time where the information is positive.
Okay. And then you say then there were further details received and shared in late June. You relate this to General Mfazi. You say, what exactly then at that point is different that you are conveying to him?
At that time, I'd acquired information relating to a granted ship that was coming. So basically, when one refers to preliminary information, there had not been plans set in motion for any of either the arms or the contrabands. But at a much later stage, because the information is much more narrowed at that point, to say that now there is a talk of a vessel. I would then deem it to be much more close to being positive at that point in time.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is, with these further details that you say you share with General Mfazi, do you at that point say there is this ship, it's coming from this destination, and it will be containing arms, drugs, or whatever? Is it that kind of detail? Because you say there's further detail, so you are now beyond
so now
general.
the further detail would be the vessel itself.
You say there is a vessel.
Because now, when I say preliminarily, the information was vague. There was nothing to narrow it down to.
Yes.
But now, when there is a vessel in play, it's much more narrowed. Then you start having. So you've, for lack of a better word, you've narrowed it down. The only thing now is to get precise container numbers, things of that sort.
Okay, all right, we'll come back to it. Thank you.
Okay.
Perhaps while we're there, Mr. Nku, can you just explain, when you say you shared the information with Lieutenant General Cindy Mfazi, how did you share the information?
So I shared the information through, but there was an app which I usually chatted to with Commissar Carrim. It is called Silent Tel. So we would either use that app, or there's another app called Troop Messenger, but we would hardly use that, because Silent Tel is the most secure application in terms of moving in confidential information.
And did he respond to you on that message?
Yes.
And what did he say?
No, his response was, okay, keep it coming.
Keep the information coming.
Yes. So it was more, I need clarity. I need something tangible. Initially, when I said I need something tangible, because I just sent a vague a message to say that there's something of this sort that's in the pipeline that needs to be on a lookout for.
And out of interest, the apps that you've mentioned, and one of them being the most secured, not any ordinary person has those apps. When did you get to know, or how did you get to know that the general might have such an app?
I would guess that one being in the space that one is in terms of having access to tech, and one constantly researching on the how do I put it, the most secure technology.
All right, let's continue. We'll come back.
Okay.
I think,
are we at 2.2? I think, are we at 2.2? Because I've lost track now.
Yeah, I think,
yes. You can
yes.
start, yeah.
At 2.2 years.
With the relationship with
Okay.
Samuel Mashaba.
Okay. Prior to 9 July 2021, my relation...
Sorry, Mr. Nku, before you go to there, can you just explain what you mean in that 2.1, the very last sentence where you say by approximately 7 July, and this is the part that I'm interested to understand, certain containers were identified as being prioritized for transformation. Can you just, for transportation, can you just explain what it is you're meaning there? What does that mean, in fact?
Okay. Maybe Chair, through my sources, shipment or delivery of goods in consignment management are labeled according to priority. There are entities whose goods generally jump the queue, and within the very entities, then they would have their own subcategory of, I would say, if it's goods or containers that are prioritized for collection ahead of others.
You say for collection from where? From the departure port or from where they arrive here, let's say in Durban?
So from the port where they are already delivered. So say, for instance, if in this matter we are dealing with the Durban port, so the collection from the Durban port would be set to being prioritized in accordance to, so if a company is, for instance, receiving 20 containers, and then you may find that 3 of those are loaded or 5 of those are loaded for quick delivery. Those are prioritization ahead of others.
And is there anything unusual or suspicious in itself that certain containers are being prioritized, or that's something that happens in the normal course?
In my limited experience, it is something unusual, because if an entity is receiving, say for instance, 10 containers, the best would be prioritizing all of them. Why then prioritize 1 or 2 of those? If they would be transporting the same thing.
Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to understand with my question. That are you saying, where you say certain containers were identified as being prioritized for transportation, are you saying of a total number of containers that are going to the same receiver, for lack of a better word, I don't know the language in that industry, that are destined to the same receiver, a certain number of those are being prioritized? So out of 10, only 3 is prioritized, and therefore that is what creates a suspicion. Is that what you're saying?
Precisely, Commissioner Wale.
Okay. And then the last thing, in that same paragraph, you seem to have an incomplete sentence, the very last sentence.
Yes.
Do you want to complete it?
Yes.
Do you want to complete it?
Okay. So it was, apologies. The suffix there would be based on the intel.
Thank you.
Based on the intel.
Thank you, Mr. Msikiti.
Mr. Nku, before we proceed, so that I'm clear, 2 things. For you to know that...
Should we not take the break now and please hold your thought and resume at 11:30? Let's adjourn.
stream on SABC Plus and stay connected on SABC radio stations nationwide. SABC, the official broadcaster of FIFA World Cup 2026.
or just a minute, Commissioner Tumelo indicated that he wants to ask a few questions.
Mr. Nku, good morning.
Good morning, Coach.
How are you?
Good morning, sir.
I'm good. Paragraphs 1 and 2.1, you deal with your background and your expertise in IT and cyber-related issues. But in your response to Commissioner Baloyi, it seemed to suggest that you know quite a lot about port activities and what happens at ports and import and export and containers and stuff like that. So what is your background in that area of commerce? Have you ever worked for a port authority or an institution related to port activities, import, arrival of containers? Can you just give us a full background of what you know and whether you've ever been involved in those industries or those activities?
Commissioner Tumelo, so from an entrepreneur's point of view, not a professional, albeit it extends to professional in a sense that one had impact on studying consignment management. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I made the same mistake. So that I don't repeat myself because I did not hear your answer. Try to speak up if you can.
Apologies. Please
You
bear
stopped at consignment management, so deal with that and then continue the rest of your answer.
Please do bear with me, Commissioner Tumelo. The reason why I'm hesitant of speaking out because I've got a hoarse voice, so I'm afraid of coughing constantly. So do bear with me, Commissioner. From a consignment management point of view, it is not necessarily about having knowledge relating to shipment of containers, but the whole value chain of supply chain management involves the manufacturing, movement of goods up until the end user it's a route to market strategy. And in various sectors of supply chain, the question that Commissioner Baloyi asked does relate to supply chain broadly. It's not just specific to containers. In various industries, shipments can be prioritized ahead of others. So it is not necessarily me having knowledge with shipment inbound and outbound of goods, but from a point of view of someone who has impact on supply chain management. And as an entrepreneur, I've had a company that has worked in consignment management extensively across various industries like beverage and supplying other goods.
So you've never worked for Transnet?
So my relationship with Transnet was limited to consulting. So I've worked for a company that has consulted with Transnet before.
I don't know who else is in the port space. You've never worked for any of the entities that have activities in the ports?
It was limited to the company that I worked that was consulting with Transnet because I have been at port side.
So,
but
so
it's years ago.
the one that comes to mind, I don't want to mention the specific name of the company because it's not implicated in the commission, but it is a logistics company that is responsible for transporting containers from the coast
Point
to
A to point B.
You've never worked for any of those logistics companies?
My relationship with logistics companies is limited to consultation.
So it would be strictly consultation?
Strictly consultation.
Maybe just as a follow-up on this discussion, you say you, as a consultant, your company or the company that you worked for consulted for Transnet, and I think I heard you say that in that capacity you've been to port. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, Commissioner Paloi.
Okay. Maybe then, sorry, let me let you finish.
Maybe if I clarify, not specifically to port, but to the office that port reports to. So being exposed to the systems. Because consultation is mostly in the ICT space.
When you say being exposed to the system,
Yes.
maybe say more about that. What do you mean? What kind of exposure? What system are you talking about?
So in ICT systems, which Transnet would be using, because one is consulting in a space that is limited to the ICTs, but one would be exposed to the, not extensive, but the inner workings or the mechanisms of the system.
Did that include, or would it have included, exposure to the handling and movement of containers and goods by Transnet at the port? That's what I'm trying to understand.
No. It's mostly around your active direct. It's mostly rooted in the ICT space. Remember, when you are talking about the handling of containers, shipment of goods, the type of system used therein, I believe it's SEP. It's more end user orientated, as opposed to more dedicated ICT orientated platforms, like managing your Active Directories. I don't know if the commissioners are familiar with the terms, like managing of their SQL or networking and so forth,
Okay.
and not necessarily relating to the shipment of goods.
Okay. Hopefully I'll understand by the end of your testimony what it is that you're explaining. But lastly, the way you say you then noted and notified that certain containers were prioritized for transportation, how would you have noted that? Is it because you are at the port, you see that? Let me not try and give you an answer. I'm just trying to explain the kind of question that I'm asking you. How do you become aware of that?
Maybe that will partly be clarified in my supplementary statement,
Okay.
Commissioner Valui, because
I'm happy to leave it if it will be clarified in the sequence of your testimony.
I will go at it at length.
Okay,
That's precisely what I meant.
Okay, sure. That's fine.
Thank you very much.
What I remember from that statement is how exactly you would get that information. And that's not necessarily the same as what Commissioner Baloi is asking you, but I may have missed that, but let's leave it nonetheless. Let's leave it.
Pardon me, Chair.
Let's leave it. Let's leave it.
Oh, sorry.
Let's leave it.
No, I was just going to say-
Commissioner Baloi will probably raise it again, or even Mr. Musigidi.
No, I was going to say that I will substantiate
Okay.
further.
Or when we
It
get to
could
that
be-
stage.
yes,
No, that's in
when I
order.
get opportunities.
Can I take you back to paragraph 1?
Paragraph 1.
Yeah, where you talk about ethical hacking. You'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I do have an idea of what that is. When institutions, whether private or government or governmental, either set up their ICT systems, just check them routinely, or even upgrade them, they will get an ICT expert. Maybe not necessarily the one that set it up, but one who will either hack into it or attempt to hack into it to establish if it is secure enough. So it's ethical in the sense that it's authorized by the person to whom the system belongs. Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about something else altogether?
That is precisely what I was referring to.
So basically,
But albeit
so
it's
basically,
not
you
that.
can hack into people's ICT systems. You have the skill. You have the skill to hack into people's ICT systems.
I
But
fear
just
self-incrimination.
maybe let me add this and say,
Yes.
whether or not you succeed depends on how secure the system is. But otherwise, it's a skill that you do possess. Let me talk about it. Let me not be general and talk about it perhaps in the context of you doing this ethically. So in the ethical context, you could actually hack into somebody's ICT system.
Not just limited to an IT system, any system, Chair.
Any system. Yes. Tell me about the others.
It might be Chair's handheld device.
You? Okay, all right. Anything else then other than the ICT?
Across different networks, Chair. Generally, hacking in its nature, it's not a silo operation. So there's always, when we talk recon, there's always an exchange of ideas with maybe like-minded individuals. When one tries to penetrate, it's trial and error, it's testing, consistent testing of a particular system. And sometimes one might not necessarily need others, but just for one aspect, because in the space, technocrat space, there's a type of attack that is called a DDoS attack. It's a denial of service. So you might need other systems encroaching on a network just to have an opening. Once they do a consistent probing of a system, that you have an opening and you are as good as through that system. So to maybe relate to the Chair's previous assertion of an entity bringing in an expert to test their system. That's not how the real world works. Yes, I do know entities do that, but generally,
how does the real world work?
I'm saying because that's a simulation. Granted, companies do that, but how an actual infiltration works does not happen in that manner, where you have someone just going into the system or just testing it. That's why I'm saying more often than not, it becomes a coordinated attack. It comes from various angles. That's why.
No, I just wanted to understand the ethical. That's
I was getting to
Okay,
that,
okay,
Chair.
all
Even
right.
on the ethical part, I would say well-experienced administrators do a simulation or a sandbox of a system and maybe hire a group of ethical hackers or even grey heads. Because in hacking you have your white hat, grey hat, and black hat. Those who hack with impunity. So they would hire a group and have it become a coordinated attack.
Okay, all right. That answers me. Thank you very much, Mr. Nku. Thank you. I think now finally you are at 2.2.
2.2.
Not quite, Chair. I
Yes,
might have
yes.
also further
Oh,
questions.
you had a, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry, Mr. Musigiri.
It's fine, Chair. Mr. Nku, just to make me understand, when you shared this information with General Mfazi, you indicated that you used a secured network or a secured app. I take it there's no recording or any evidence of that communication between the two of you.
There should have been, there was.
Do you still have it?
Maybe that will be addressed in 2. Sorry about that. In 2.7.
Okay.
That will be addressed in 2.7
I'll
as to what happened after. Yeah.
Yes. No. I wanted to ask you if,
Yes.
for example, did you share that information with anyone else apart from General Mfazi?
Yeah, so we had because I was introduced to him by Commissar Mapatso.
Yes.
We in turn had a group within that app, and I believe if his devices are still available, the app should be.
So you're saying so you were introduced through an app?
No, I'm saying because, so remember I said before, because I was introduced to General Mfazi,
Yes.
maybe through a conduit, being Commissar Mapatso. My communication with him could not be more direct.
Yes.
Yeah, because I know him through a conduit. So I needed to make the information or avail the information to a platform where both of them are aware when I give information.
So in fact, you shared with both?
I shared with both.
Okay. And are there any family relationships or ties between you and Commissioner Kebi Mapatso? Are you anyhow related?
I would say we are not blood related. We are distant relatives. There is some form of relations, but we are not close because it's a bit far.
So it will
I
be.
know him from elsewhere, from political affiliations.
So it will be inaccurate to say that he's your uncle,
It
as
would
we have
be
been
not-
told.
It would be inaccurate unless it means something otherwise. But it would be inaccurate. He's not my blood uncle.
Yes. No. Chief Mashaba testified that in fact he is your uncle in no uncertain terms, and you're saying that he was mistaken to say so.
I'd say he was mistaken.
Yes.
Indeed, he was someone that I was close to, but he was not my uncle.
He's not your relative. Okay.
Refer to him as Commissar Mapatso. That sounds more like a comrade than a
Yes,
relative.
indeed,
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner.
And then you will say that certain containers, that's the second last paragraph, the second last sentence, you say that certain containers were identified as being prioritized for transportation. Who would have informed you of this prioritization of these containers?
Chair, I think that would be that question that relates to me invoking my right not to self-incriminate, because how some of the information was acquired was not acquired in orthodox in an orthodox manner.
Would it be fair? Yeah. Sorry.
So it then relates to my my supplementary affidavit.
Okay. At this stage, would it be fair that some of this information would have been from someone from customs, or?
No.
Not quite.
No, yeah, it wouldn't be someone from customs.
All right. And then lastly, before we go to 2.2, when you shared this information with both Maphadzo and General Mfazi, did you disclose to them your source?
No, I hadn't.
So
At no material times have I disclosed any of my sources. In any information that I provide, I've disclosed any of my sources.
So they simply acted on your, I suppose, the second-hand information, as it were.
I would say that.
Okay.
But maybe to them it was coming from me.
Yes, but it's not your direct, because you have your source, or it's a
100%. But we never traversed that terrain as to whether I have a source or not. Generally, when one gives information, the person receiving information cares about the information, nothing else. Because more often than not, there would be a fear that if you start asking, why are you getting the information, the person providing information will just run away from you.
Sorry, Mr. Musigidi. You are referring to both General Mfazi and Mr. Kebi Maphadzo as being the recipients of the information. My understanding was that the information was given to General Mfazi, but that the role that Mr. Maphadzo played was to introduce Mr. Nku to General Mfazi.
That was my understanding as well, Chair.
I shared, yeah. Can you please clarify this? Because I'm just looking at
Yes.
1, 2, 3, third line. I shared this information with Lieutenant General Sindile Mfazi, whom I was initially introduced to by former Deputy Minister of Defense, Commissar Kebi Maphadzo. Yes. Did you share the information with both of them?
So maybe let me clarify this, Chair. Initially, because I was introduced, so there would be a conduit. So whatever I say, the conduit would then need to be aware, because the introduction extended to that. Initially, when I shared information, it was more because we had created a mini group within the Southern Tail space. So whatever I share would then be aware. But the information was not intended for him. Information was intended to General Mfazi.
Thank you.
On that score, lastly, we know that General Mfazi is late.
Indeed, sir.
That's correct.
Yes, indeed.
Yes. All right.
Indeed, Commissioner.
Thank you. I can proceed here.
Am I in 2.2?
Yes.
Okay. So the relationship with Mashaba, Prior to 9 July 2021, my relationship with Chief Samuel Mashaba was that of a professional acquaintance. I had been introduced to him in 2019 through a mutual contact, with the understanding that he could assist in ensuring the information related to suspected criminal activity was referred to appropriate law enforcement structures. Post 9 July 2021, we have built a more personal friendship, particularly given the fact that we have endured similar persecutions and verification subsequent to our arrest. Chair, maybe or maybe I'll clarify at a later stage. There's something that I did not include in my statement, but I thought it would be substantiated as I tender my evidence. When I was introduced to Chief Mashaba, the person who introduced me to him, he's someone whom I'd known personally. One, because he's a businessman who's in the mining space, and two, because of the relationship from our political affiliations. So our relationship stems from that point. But then when I was introduced, sometimes words get lost in translation. So I was introduced in isiZulu. So in a colloquial way, when I was introduced, he had said, "Tumelo Nku no dogi, usebenza nama-hawks." So that's how the relationship started. I don't know whether Chief Mashaba might have been cognizant of that from the word go, but when I was introduced, that's why even in all my devices, I had always saved the initial term for it, because he said Utogi. I actually learned Chief Mashaba's name much later on. It wasn't at the initial stages of me being introduced to him. So I thought maybe let me clarify and substantiate that as to how we got acquainted.
Yes. You refer to the person that introduced you as a mutual contact. What do you mean by that?
So why do I say mutual contact? Because it would be apparent that the person knows me and him. Because at the time I didn't know Chief Mashaba. That's why I say a mutual contact, in a sense that the person knows Chief Mashaba, and me and him had a prior relationship.
I hear you, but it's an unusual way of referring to that sort of situation. But no, I hear you. You've explained it.
Okay,
that's enough for me. Yeah.
This would have been, given what you say in your statement, you say, I had been introduced with the understanding that he could assist in ensuring that information relating to suspected criminal activity was referred to appropriate law enforcement. So that would mean that that mutual contact, that person that you refer to as your mutual contact who does the introduction, must have known something about your activities of providing information about criminal activity for them to consider that this is a useful connection to make.
So Commissioner Waloi, I go back to the acknowledgement of one skill set, not just law enforcement in terms of being able to track information and ultimately provide information.
So that person knew that part of your life, that you do that?
Yes, from that point of view, the person knew my skill set in terms of tracking information.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Just to understand you, when you say prior to the 9th of July 2021,
Yes.
You and Chief Mashaba, your relationship was that of a professional acquaintance. Acquaintance would really mean that someone that you are not close to, it's merely exactly that, an acquaintance. You don't necessarily share social spaces or any significant relationship.
Yes, we wouldn't ordinarily share social spaces, albeit it may be as a consequence of him knowing someone that I know, but generally we wouldn't be in the same social spaces. See, for instance, in this instance, I believe when I was introduced to him, it might have been a funeral or something of that sort. That's why I say, because it seems like because I knew the person who introduced us personally. Him, I'd never encountered in my life before. And even subsequent to that, we wouldn't be in the same social spaces.
And he was introduced to you as someone from the Hawks. Is that what you're saying?
That is subject to interpretation, commissioners. That's why I say I would maybe leave it to the commissioners, because it was put in a colloquial tongue. So it was said that so it might mean an array of things, but remember, my mindset is that the closest person to the Hawks, if one has something, would be this person. That's the first person that I would think of. That's how I introduce. So I would leave it to the commissioners for interpretation.
And then what appropriate law enforcement structures you expected him to refer you to, or to refer these activities to?
Precisely the fact that subsequent to that, there's a lot in terms of information that one provided. The Hawks would be amongst them, the TPCI.
And you, at least you know by now, as we sit today, that Chief Mashaba was never into the Hawks or worked for the Hawks. You accept that?
No, I do accept that.
Yes.
I do accept that.
And what is it that you needed to be referred to? And I'm not probing you, I'm just trying to get your understanding as you start this relationship, that you couldn't yourself refer this information that you have, that you needed to be introduced to someone else to refer this information that you have.
So there is somewhat an extent of delicacy in information. One just passing information overtly without vetting, or rather without having rapport with individuals with whom information is shared, maybe to one's detriment. It's easy for whistleblowers, for confidential sources to die, just passing information vaguely. So in this instance, because it's done through a well-known party, someone that one had already built rapport with, it instills confidence. Because to just go and provide or give information, that may lead to your death.
I understand that. I'm just trying to understand and without again probing you as to why would you need such introductions where you had already someone as high up, even probably closer to the Hawks as General Mfazi. Why would you need someone else?
No. Maybe let me clarify that. Commissioners, I earlier on I said that I'd gained the acquaintance of General Mfazi in 2022. Okay. In 2021 rather, apologies. But with Chief Mashaba, it might be in 2019. I stand to be corrected. It might even be maybe late 2018, but I believe it's early 2019. Okay. So yeah, that was 2 years back, way before I knew General Mfazi.
Okay, no, I understand that. And lastly on the score, what I seek to understand is that what it comes across is that because someone knows the kind of work you're into, that you want to be linked up with people who might be amenable to working with you in that space, as Mashaba eventually did.
I wouldn't see it from that perspective. How I would view it is as any confidential source, your duty is limited to providing information. Who you provide information to does with it, that's incumbent upon them. But it then becomes much easier when there's an established relationship. That's why people who do it formally, where you have formal informants, you have formal sources, there is somewhat an ongoing relationship between the officer or the handler and the person providing information. So it's not really about other people being amenable to the space that I'm in. Not necessarily, it is not necessarily about that. But one, having someone with whom you can have confidence in to provide any form of information. Because it's difficult to go out and give just about anyone information. Like I said, people end up dying if that is done. Okay.
Mr. Musigiri's second last question could be flipped. If you already had Chief Mashaba, why did you need General Mfazi?
Because of the unreliability of Chief Mashaba at the time.
All right, thank you. Yes, Mr. Musigiri.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nku, what I'm trying to wrap my head around is exactly what you are saying about your line of work. Well, I don't know if to call it work, because when we were asked earlier on to say, is that how you earn your living? You said, I think you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart. And I'm trying to understand why you put yourself and your life in harm's way by taking this information where else you could have even possibly give anonymous tip-offs. Why do you have to go an extent of having to find, or at least having to be introduced to the likes of Mashaba, who would ultimately, which is the part I'll have difficulties with to say, ultimately you wanted them to refer the matter to appropriate law enforcement structures. That's my difficulty to say, why are you getting yourself involved in such situations that puts your life in danger? Especially if you're not getting paid for it.
Advocate Musikiri, Chair, when one provides information initially, it is in that sense of an anonymous tip-off. Even when one provides information to, say, your Chief Mashaba, remember, I'm nowhere near the information. One provides it. But there is a sense of accountability, at least to say that this information was provided to so-and-so. In terms of actioning it, there would be blame appropriated to that individual. But over and above that, long term, there would have been aspirations of earning from information that one provides when it is seen that the information is constantly solid. But the relating to that which one knows now, pertaining to how affairs were conducted, maybe, or where Chief Mashaba was stationed at the time, one was oblivious, obviously. So in terms of proximity, one gave information with the sense that there is proximity to closer law enforcement like your DPCI or even organized crime.
Mr. Musagiri, perhaps let's try as far as possible to finish the statement. We are still at page 1. I will immediately admit that we too are to blame. We asked a good few questions, but we hope they were seeking clarity. If we could try to just maybe move faster, be done with the statement, and then begin with the probing. It doesn't, of course, mean that we should not ask clarity-seeking questions.
Thank you, Chair.
Where was
Mr.
the
Nku,
witness? Yeah.
Yes, we can then, we are at, so 2.3, that will be the topic, and then you have to go to page 2, where it starts with, I informed Chief Mashaba of the information.
Okay, 2.3. I informed Chief Mashaba of the information on or about the 8th of July 2021, around about 7:30, after I became satisfied that the information was sufficiently specific to warrant operational follow-ups. As the yellow jersey truck, which was carrying the container in question, had been traveling in record time towards Johannesburg. In relation to Chief Mashaba, it was a last-minute request as the high-ranking official who was supposed to have assembled a team to run the operation was not available at the time.
Mr. Nku, before you go, the high-ranking official, who is that? Is that General Mfazi?
Precisely, Chair.
Okay. And then, just to understand you, when you say that this yellow jersey truck, which was carrying the container in question, had been traveling in record time, what do you mean by that towards Joburg? How did you come to that conclusion? What do you mean by that statement?
information that I had acquired was that the truck was not, okay, let me say at a later stage, the truck didn't stop at the way bridges in its path to Radio Corp. So I would deem that as record time, because it is mandatory for a truck to stop. I mean, as someone who's owned trucks before, I know that it is mandatory to stop at the weighbridge.
And when you informed Chief Mashaba of this development at 7:30 p.m., where were you?
So, around about this time, I was in Durban.
You were still in Durban?
Yes, I was still in Durban.
I suppose then the follow-up question then is that because an impression could have been created that you were tailoring or you were following this track, but you say you were in Durban. I suppose the follow-up question would be then, how did you know that this truck did not stop at the way bridges and as a result traveled in record time?
So I had my sources relaying the information.
Is that the driver?
No, the driver was never. I never had any contact with the driver.
The driver. The source would be where at the destination where it arrived.
The sources would be at the destination, and information relayed while I was still in Durban is that usually when a truck does not stop in any of the way bridges, generally the drivers would know or would have gotten heads up that, okay, don't stop, just push it. I don't know if I'm making sense, Chair. Okay.
Let's continue. We might have to come back, but let's continue for now.
Okay.
Go to 2.4.
2.4. Okay, my presence at the scene was limited to that of a source of information, stroke informant. I remained in my vehicle at all material times, except when instructed by police officials to step out, namely General Firouz Khan. I did not participate in any operational decisions, searches, or handling of any items.
And by scene, I assume you're referring to the Aeroton scene.
Apologies, Chair. Yes, by the scene, because the question which was asked
Yes.
was
No.
relating to the-
I just want this to be on record, yeah,
Okay,
because
yes,
the question
yes,
is not here now.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, right.
2.5, events on the 9th of July 2021. On the 8th, I traveled from Durban to Johannesburg at around 8 p.m. after communicating with Chief Mashaba regarding the information. On the morning of the 9th July 2021, I met with him and provided a briefing. He indicated that he was calling a warrant officer, Pukungwani, from Albertine Police Station, as the area where Yellow Jersey Depot fell under their due restriction. He then informed me that Warrant Officer Pukungwani was not available, yet he referred him to another warrant officer who was the duty officer and had also sent him his numbers. He called the duty officer and indicated that, sorry.
Mr. Nku, I think, can you just try and raise the volume just a bit.
Apologies, of
Just
course.
a bit, yes.
Yes, I fear coughing because of a hoarse voice. So if I speak up, my throat will get short.
Yeah, just
Okay,
please
so
try.
I'll speak up. Apologies, Chair. Okay. He called the warrant officer, indicated that I must lead him to where the yellow jersey depot was. After a while, a black Nissan NP300 arrived, and Chief Mashaba instructed me to get out of the vehicle. He introduced the gentleman who was driving alone as Warrant Officer Mohana. I also briefed him on the information, and they proceeded to drive towards the depot, which was about 500 meters from where he had parked. In Chief Mashaba's, where they parked, in Chief Mashaba's State Golf 7. Thereafter, they returned and indicated that they will inspect the truck in Aeroton and that I must follow them. I followed the convoy to the Aeroton premise, where I remained in my vehicle observing events from a distance. I parked next to Chief Mashaba's car on the left, and initially Warrant Officer Marumo had parked on the right-hand side of Chief Mashaba's car. This was about 100 meters to 200 meters, I stand to be corrected, from where the truck was. They both got out of their respective cars and walked towards the truck. I observed the container being opened and black bags falling near the wheels of the trailer from which they fell. Then Chief Mashaba came to his car and went down holding cable ties. A moment later, Warrant Officer Mohana fetched his car and parked alongside the truck. Then I saw the bags being loaded onto the NP300 vehicle. A moment later, I saw a poison's marked bakkie next to the truck, and the officers from the bakkie seemed to be speaking to both Chief Mashaba and Warrant Officer Mohana. Then after a while, a red Kia drove towards the poison's bakkie. Another gentleman who was driving alone stepped out and first greeted Warrant Officer Mohana. And then Chief Mashaba he seemed to be also speaking to the poison's officers. After a moment, Warrant Officer Mohana went to the poison's bakkie with one of the officers who came with the bakkie, and he seemed to be holding a cordoning tape. Warrant Officer Mohana, along with one of the poison's officers, cordoned from one end of the trailer, which was carrying a container, then to the other where the truck was parked. Then, within 30 minutes of the arrival of the red Kia, a flying squad car came, followed by another gentleman, whom I later learned to be Warrant Officer Rikotso. Yet he seemed to have parked elsewhere as he walked down towards the scene. Then another bakkie marked DIA Tactical Response drove in. They seemed to be engaging with Chief Mashaba. Then, at some point of the gentleman from the DIA security car had an object handed over to Chief Mashaba. Then immediately Warrant Officer Rikotso intervened and handed back the object to the security guy. A moment later, another flying squad car drove in, followed by a marked dog unit Polo. From then, a plethora of cars started driving in. I also observed that upon the arrival of multiple police units, tension started increasing at the scene. One of the flying squad members, Sergeant Mahoya, came to the vehicle and asked if I was there with Chief Mashaba, and I indicated that I was, and the one who provided the information, he told me that General Khan was on his way and left. A moment later, another entourage of cars drove in. They seemed to be accompanying, this meant one. They seemed to be accompanying one, not on. They seemed to be accompanying one person. As soon as the gentleman stepped out of his car, Sergeant Mokhoba rushed to him alongside with Warrant Officer Rikhoto. Then they took the gentleman to an older gentleman whom I later learned to be Mr. Rickard. After they spoke, the gentleman who came with the entourage of cars went straight towards the scene, and I saw him opening Warrant Officer Mokhana's door. Then Warrant Officer Mokhana went to sit inside his car. Then he seemed to proceed to speak with the officer who came on the red gear, and he left him. As that officer seemed to be taking a statement from the lady whom Chief Mashaba and Warrant Officer Mokhana found at the Scania warehouse, the gentleman who came with the entourage spoke to Chief Traffic Officer Mashaba, then walked Chief Mashaba towards his car. Then, after Sergeant Mokhoba pointed at me in the car, he brought that gentleman towards the car. The gentleman introduced himself as General Firoz Khan, asked who I was and what was my business there. At that time, I was holding my phone, taking videos for record keeping. I told him that I was the source and that I was the one who gave Chief Mashaba the information. He immediately instructed for Captain Cronier to be called and that I must be arrested. He told me I must give my phones and step out of the car. When Captain Cronier came, General Firoz Khan left. I asked Captain Cronier the reason for my arrest, and he told me that he's simply following an instruction. My phones were placed in an exhibit bag. Though Captain Cronier instructed me to go back and sit in the car.
Sorry, there may be problems with transcription there. With your paper rattling against your mic, maybe start from, I asked Captain Cronier the reason for my arrest. And please make sure that your paper does not hit the mic.
Okay, so apologies, Chair.
The second last sentence, I asked Captain Cronier to, or rather, page 3, the previous page.
The previous page. Oh, I asked Captain Cronier the reasons for my arrest, and he told me he's simply following an instruction. My phones were placed in an exhibit bag. Though Captain Cronier instructed me to go back and sit in the car, yet instructed for me to give my keys to one of the flying squad officers who came before Sergeant Makhoboya. Much later, around 1:30, another officer came to me and told me that he is Captain Sibola from DPCI Sanep and that he is going to book me at Boysen's police station. I also asked him the reasons for my arrest. I told him that I was the source and that had provided the information. He told me that we will talk properly at Boysen's. He called LCRC along with a Sergeant Pume to take search and take photos of the vehicle. Sergeant Pume asked me if I had any goods in the car. I told him that I only had about 60,000 in cash, which formed part of my traveling expenses, which was stored in the vehicle's center console. I opened it and handed it over to him. This was when I became aware that three other people, including myself, were arrested. After Captain Sibola walked me towards the Boysen's buggy, I was introduced to Warrant Officer Steve Pagula, who was also placed under arrest. Warrant Officer Mokhana indicated that he is the one who called Pakula, and that and that the arrest is apologies, Chair. The arrest is shocking because Warrant Officer Pakula is the one who called other role players such as Doc Unit and DPCI SANEP National Office members, and that Warrant Officer Mokhana, was the one. Apologies there. There's a typo error. I meant was the one, not the ones. One who called LCRC to the scene using the Boysen State phone, and that a Colonel Maluleka from DPCI National confirmed to General Khan that he was in charge as Warrant Officer Pakula was in the process of handing the scene over to him, yet that was disregarded.
Mr. Nku, just an explanation. When you say that the money that you had with you was part of your traveling expenses, was it for the Durban-Johannesburg assignment that you were doing? Or what do you...
So basically, Chair, whenever I would travel, in a trip to acquire information or source information, I would travel discreetly. So the money wasn't necessarily for the operation, but I happen to have had cash with me, albeit that cash belonged to the business. It wasn't my money. Yes.
All right, no, thank you.
Yeah.
You can start where you say we were placed behind the Boysen's bakkie.
We were placed behind the Boysen's bakkie, and much later on, we were taken out. And some of the bags which were loaded on the Nissan bakkie had already been opened. The DPCI officers opened about 10 bags, while counting each duffel bag had about 35 bricks each. The total count of those bags amounted to 350, and all the bags seemed to be packaged in a similar manner. After the counting of those 10 bags, we were then placed back in the Boysen's bakkie. We subsequently left the scene around about 7 p.m. We were then taken to Boysen's police station. 2.7, the arrest.
Before you go there, those bags, when you saw them, the duffel bags, have you seen something similar before?
Yes, obviously. In my recent investigations and research, I had seen something similar before.
All right, thank you. And go to 2.6.
2.6. The instruction for my arrest was conveyed in my presence by General Firoz Khan. No reason for my arrest was provided to me at the scene, despite my inquiries. By the time I came into contact with Captain Sibula, my phones and car keys were long taken. And besides, Captain Sibula arrived much later at the scene. I only encountered him around 1:15 to 1:30. There was no way he could have seen the whole day I had been in the car without any movement. I was later formally charged upon arrival at Boysen's police station. On Sunday, just before one of the DPCI arresting team members took my warning statement, Captain Sibola requested to have a chat with me and asked that what really happened at the scene. I explained, and as I've explained above in 2.5, then he said that Warrant Officer Mokhana and Chief Mashaba had no business loading those bags behind the NP 300 buggy, and they shouldn't have protected, or they should have protected my identity as the informant. I told him that as soon as they get hold of the CCTV footage, it should clarify everything that happened at the scene. He also asked me about the 16th. I told him this was my traveling expenses and that acquiring technical intel almost always comes at a cost. And further, when I traveled following up on information, I do it discreetly with minimal footprints. 2.7. Upon getting bail, our phones were returned back around September. DPCI indicated that they were done with downloads and were content with the progress of the case. Upon receiving my phones, I started getting very odd calls from DPCI members requesting to meet, and that whenever I have information, I must consider them first. On 22nd July 2022, I had agreed to meet with Captain Dale Norki from DPCI SANEP at Moraka Police Station. I kept a record of my whereabouts when I agreed to meet and had decided to record, as I had an intuition that the case may form part of the conversation, and it was an opportunity to get to the truth regarding the games, the games being played by the DPCI arresting team, having no regards for justice. While this was happening, I would have strange cars tailing me. Approximately on the 4th of July 2023, while busy with church-related engagements in the Meatin area and Vereeniging area, I was stopped by individuals who identified themselves as members of crime intelligence. They were driving 3 unmarked vehicles fitted with blue lights, namely a BMW 3 Series, a Golf 7, and a Toyota GD6. 2 of them, the men drove in the Isuzu KB300 buggy, which I was driving in, and instructed me to sit at the back of the floor in between the seats. I was transported to an unknown residential property and questioned. I was instructed to hand over my mobile devices without being provided with any documentation or warrant. The individual who demanded my mobile device took instruction from a person on the call he made, as he demanded me to open my phone gallery, and he made a remark on the saying I found them. Oh, sorry, he made a remark on the call saying I found them. I was then asked if I had made any backups of the contents of my phone or of my mobile devices. I answered in the negative. One of the individuals made a remark that, do I think that I can send IP after the generals and get away with it? They also warned that they were watching my every move, and after several hours, I was then released. They dropped me off near the area where they found me.
Mr. Nku, before you go further, just on that paragraph, it sounds as if you were kidnapped here. Is that a fair understanding?
That's a fair understanding of what had transpired.
Did you manage to open a case against some of these guys?
Chair, I didn't open a case, and I have my reasons, because when this incident happened, it was masqueraded as an investigation or a further investigation, because mostly I was questioned on the details pertaining to the scene and the acquisition of information. But ultimately, these individuals wanted my devices. And given the fact that I was threatened, particularly in relation to the knowledge of where my mother's house is. So, and being directed to the point that they are watching my every move. I was spooked to an extent because I was not clear what was transpiring, because it didn't just seem like an ordinary thing, and I took the fact seriously that these people are dangerous. And that's why at the time the only person I notified was my attorney, picking his brains regarding seeking legal advice, that what would be a recourse for something like this. Because I don't know whether it's a proper investigation or it's outright thuggery. But these people did seem serious, and they were threatening. Okay.
So apart from informing your attorney, then that was the end of it.
Yes, I didn't open the case at the Times, and I read it.
All right. No, thank you. We can proceed to, I think you were going to page 6 at 2.8, ne?
2.8, yes. I attached a separate analysis report of former NDPP Advocate Ronnie de Kock, and a report identifying material contradictions between the versions of SAPS officials involved in the General Khan's disciplinary hearing, which I respectfully submit undermine the credibility of their version of events. This underlines how they may have deliberately misled the chairperson of the hearing.
Okay, and then, Mr. Nku, you've made reference to 2 items to your statement. I think they are both self-explanatory, unless there's something else that you wish to point out from those items. I would suggest that we move to your second statement, but obviously feel free to highlight if you wish to highlight anything from those 2 documents.
Okay, maybe
what do you want to do?
Sorry, Chair?
What do you want to do? Can you proceed to the second statement?
Yes. Let's proceed, because these ones are self-explanatory.
Thank you. Then let's continue with the same exercise where you start reading.
Have you found it, Mr. Nku, your second?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, let's continue with the same exercise where you start reading into the record your supplementary statement.
Okay. So
you can read into the record, yes, yeah.
Okay. This is my supplementary statement. Addressing questions raised during consultation with the evidence leaders. In relation to what is it that I do, I am an entrepreneur involved in various entities with diverse business interests across multiple sectors, including cyber solutions, sales, consignment management, business consulting, mining, and sourcing funding for infrastructural development throughout Africa. Company names will be added as an annexure, fearing reputational damage due to the controversy surrounding my name at this juncture. I have done work for other intelligence agencies I am prepared to testify and divulge all the information relating to the type of work performed only if that bit of testimony is done in camera. My primary areas of proficiency are software development, coding, and cyber offensive. As a software developer and cybersecurity practitioner, I have frequently undertaken cyber intelligence consultations and provided both offensive and defensive cybersecurity solutions to various entities. My work also included the real-time tracking of information in support of law enforcement investigations. Number 2, how do I receive information? I receive information through a variety of sources. At times, information is obtained through an informal network that my cyber team and I have cultivated over several years. As one is a member of an onion-based cyber forum, COHEAD, which consists of a handful of technocrats who often pursue exchange information with intelligence institutions. In other instances, private investigators and business people may approach me seeking assistance in following up on specific intelligence, and the subsequent data analysis may lead to the discovery of additional information. Occasionally, information, albeit often vague in nature, is identified through reconnaissance conducted on the dark web, which then necessitates further investigation. Number 3, how did I obtain the information that led to the drug bust? So this information requires protection against self-incrimination and my right in terms of the Commission's Act 8 of 1947, Section 3, subsection 4. Chair, before I continue with number 3, I seek the Commission's indulgence. There's a part that I had requested for reduction, fearing scrutiny, I think, or not just scrutiny, fearing for my life, basically.
Fearing for your life?
For, yes, Chair.
And so basically you are saying that part was not redacted, it's here?
Yes.
And you are seeking not to read that part?
Chair, I'm not sure, but is it there, the name?
Yes. Is it redacted?
It is, it must be, it is redacted. So what we see is is us, you and the commissioners, but not the public.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Let me just confirm again with.
For now, for purposes of progress, maybe you could just say you received the information from a certain gentleman without mentioning the name. Okay. We'll see what we need to do about this at a later stage.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good. I don't know if you heard what I directed, Mr. Musigiri.
No, Chair, I missed that. Apologies.
I said Mr. Nku should not mention the name, and he may simply say he received the information from a certain gentleman.
That sounds practical, Chair. Yes.
Yeah. As to what we do later, we'll decide then. Yeah, because having read everything and having heard other testimony, there are lots and lots of dots that are being connected that come to this name.
Indeed.
And the narrative would be incomplete without connecting all of those dots and possibly coming to this name. But as I say, we'll see what we do with that at a later stage.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nku, are you okay for now? You don't pronounce the name as you read over it.
Okay.
Yes.
In or about April 2021, I received information from a gentleman whom I knew. He was someone who was, sorry, I made a mistake here, there's a typo error. So I meant he was someone whom I drew information from. He provided me with information relating to a particular individual who was allegedly a key figure in kidnapping activities. What is this here? Kidnapping activities around the country. He inquired whether it would be possible to track the communications of this individual, as such information could potentially assist law enforcement in an ongoing kidnapping investigation in Pretoria. However, it did not furnish me with the specific details concerning the investigation in question. Upon receiving the individual's details, I immediately forwarded the information to Chief Mashaba and requested that he assist in investigating the matter. Simultaneously, I commenced my own reconnaissance and intelligence gathering efforts regarding the individual concerned. Through my recon, I eventually gained through my recon, and Chair, I would like to invoke my right against self-incrimination on this part, but though I do not expose the details of the methodology, but I would say through my recon, I eventually gained access to the individual's device by means of a sophisticated zero-day, zero-click exploit. That at the time, I still had access to highly sophisticated military-grade offensive cyber exploitation tools. While probing information relating to the suspected kidnapping activities, I uncovered deeply concerning intelligence pertaining to illicit arms trafficking and narcotics distribution. I immediately alerted the individual who had initially provided me with the intelligence and advised him that though no information relating to kidnapping had been identified on the specific device, I had discovered evidence suggestive of other serious criminal activities. It was at this juncture that I began engaging General Mfazi, as the individual appeared to be a significant underworld figure with connections to. May I please not state that also?
What exactly?
Because giving the position would
What do you want not to state? As the
former
individual appeared to be a significant underworld figure?
the former, if I give the position, would be
Okay.
It would be general knowledge. Chair. May I please not state.
What reason do you give for not saying this?
So, Chair, because it's easy to attach the name based on the position. That because the individual was close and a close associate of the person who held that position, with the name underneath. I don't know if Chair understands me.
Can you maybe write down, we'll give you time to write, no, not to give us anything, but to write down and then articulate a sentence that makes sense then, if you are skipping certain things, but just to be able to articulate a sentence that makes sense. Without mentioning what you are not willing to mention at this stage. Am I making sense? Do you understand me? What I'm saying, what I'm suggesting is, with the reductions that you want to make, the sentence that remains here may not be intelligible, may not make sense when you read it. So what I'm saying is, can you just rephrase the entire sentence so that it makes sense with you having redacted whatever it is you want to redact? Do you understand me?
Okay, Chair. Okay, I can. However,
May I perhaps approach the witness?
so basically, Chair, sorry, I would maybe to read it into the record. This individual appeared to be a significant underworld figure and the close associate of a high-ranking official in the company in question.
You are not, aren't you willing to mention the company as well?
Yes, the company Scania.
Oh, thank you.
The company Scania.
All right, please continue then.
Okay. The only linkage to this individual with kidnapping was through a crypto wallet which had been allegedly used in the past when there's been major kidnappings in the country. Okay, I don't know if I need to read that note, Bene, Advocate Msikiri.
Are you talking about what you've just gone through? I assume so, because this appears at the end of paragraph 3. So are you talking about the content of paragraph 3?
Yes, it was
But
relating to the...
you are right at the end now, so you are moving on to paragraph 4, are you not?
Oh, okay. No, I was saying, must I read that into record, Chair?
I don't think so.
No, you don't have to, yeah.
Oh, okay,
you
okay,
can
then.
just go straight to paragraph 4.
Okay. Have there been other instances where I assisted law enforcement with information? There have been numerous occasions on which I've provided intelligence and information to law enforcement. In my assessment, much of the intelligence supplied yielded positive results. However, law enforcement officials would often provide explanations after the fact as to why actions had not been taken. A typical example, Chair, I beg your indulgence also on this. Given the date, we'll give out the information.
I don't know whether you are referring to what starts at after the bracket, full stop, and then
yes,
a year. Are you talking about that? Or are you talking about what's at the beginning, which is not even a sentence, which is totally unintelligible?
No, Chair, I was just
A
referring
typical
to...
example occurred in and then brackets, Please redact date for fear of exposure, close brackets, full stop. That's not even a sentence. And then there's what follows. Are you talking about what follows?
What follows, Chair?
Okay, how do you want to read it?
Okay, to skip that and say when I provided, we can say the year in 2020.
Okay.
When I provided Chief Mashaba with information concerning, I don't know, must I read the details of the vehicle?
Please.
Okay. When I provided concerning a Toyota Hilux Bakkie that was allegedly being used to transport illicit cigarettes through the Bay Bridge border post, I also supplied the probable dates on which the vehicle would cross the border. My information was effectively dismissed on the basis that his team did not operate in that geographical area. However, on or about, may I please not read that date also?
So again, we mentioned the what? The year.
Yes, the year, Chair.
Okay.
Yes. On or about,
start from however.
However, on or about 2020, I observed reports in the media indicating that a successful interception and seizure had been conducted, which appeared to correspond with the intelligence I had provided. There have also been several instances where I furnished intelligence to law enforcement agents, subsequently received no feedback whatsoever regarding the outcomes of the information supplied. E.g.
Sorry. Something concrete that you've told us thus far, unless I've forgotten, is providing information to Chief Mashaba and General Mfazi. You are referring to agencies in plural here now. What are you talking about?
Apologies, Chair. In that plural, I might have stated it as a blanket approach, but most of the information that I've provided was provided to Chief Mashab. So not the law enforcement agencies in plural.
Only Chief Mashaba and General Mfazi, but you say most of it to Chief Mashaba.
Most of it to Chief Mashab.
Thank you.
Yes. There have also been several instances where I finished, so I've passed the...
I think you were to go to E.G., a warehouse.
Okay, E.G., a warehouse in Pomona suspected of housing a large volume of illicit cigarettes. Unfortunately, much of the documentary evidence relating to previous intelligence sharing engagements was lost when my mobile devices were forcefully taken from me by individuals alleged to be members of crime intelligence. I have, however, provided screenshots demonstrating that even after the events of 2021, I continue to furnish law enforcement authorities with intelligence concerning suspected criminal operations and activities.
And you are still referring to the two that we know of, in particular, Chief Mashaba?
No, Chair. Subsequent to the arrest, in terms of providing information, I had gained acquaintance, as detailed in my testimony in chief. I gained the acquaintance of a DPCI member, and now I started providing the information directly because now I know there's a DPCI member. So I would forward.
One of those you had been arrested with?
No. It was Captain Dale Norji.
Oh, thank you.
He was in the arresting team. But as I detailed in my evidence in chief, that a couple of these DPCI people started getting hold of me, wanting information.
All right.
If I can provide information, I must give them.
All right, all right. Please
So
continue.
I started then forwarding any intel that I've acquired.
Okay. You were to, there's the brackets. Oh, okay. You ended at criminal operations and activities, full stop. You see that just before the brackets.
Okay. For law enforcement is concerning suspected criminal activities. Other examples bearing sensitive intelligence will be added standalone as annexures.
Chair, just for the record, Mr. Nku, you have not provided us with the screenshots that you mentioned there in that paragraph. And also you have not provided us with what you call a standalone annexures. Do you still intend on sharing those with us?
Indeed, Chair, apologies. Maybe I might have shared that with the investigators as opposed to the evidence leaders. So I will share that with the evidence leaders and through Mr. Du Plessis.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Musigiri.
Yes, Chair, I was just addressing the issue regarding the screenshots that he indicated that he will provide together with the standalone annexures. Mr. Nku indicated that he shared that with our investigator, but we'll make arrangements with Mr. Du Plessis to share same, probably sometime before we come back tomorrow. Thank you. Mr. Nku, we can proceed then to paragraph 5.
Paragraph 5.
Please read the heading as well.
Oh, apologies. How did Lieutenant Colonel Joseph Sibula mislead the Commission? During his evidence in chief, Lieutenant Joseph Sibula testified that downloads were conducted on my devices and that the allegedly suspicious content recovered from those devices was incorporated into the investigation docket. In 2022, the state made disclosure of the docket and indicated that it was trial ready. However, upon examination of the disclosed docket, the evidence to which Lieutenant Colonel Sibula referred was conspicuously absent. More importantly, the digital forensic report was never disclosed. The forensic software and extraction tools The forensic software and extraction tools utilized by law enforcement agencies automatically generate a cryptographic validation report as an integral component of the digital extraction and forensic acquisition process. Such reports are immediately available to the forensic analyst upon completion of the extraction process. Despite the existence of the standard forensic outputs, the state failed to disclose the digital forensic report and accompanying validation documentation in the docket. The absence of these materials is significant as they constitute the primary evidentiary mechanism through which the authenticity, integrity, and provenance of the extracted digital evidence can be independently verified. This means that any forensic system architecture expert can analyze the same cryptographic image and achieve identical scientific reproductivity. What was my interest? What was my interest in following up the information on the 9th? As in numerous occasions on which I had voluntarily furnished intelligence to law enforcement agencies, in the hope that it would contribute to successful operational outcomes, My interest in following up the information that ultimately led to the Aeroton drug bust was no different. The principal distinction in this instance was the sheer magnitude of the narcotics ultimately recovered, notwithstanding the fact that we unfortunately lost visibility of the arms trafficking component of the intelligence. Beyond that, my motivations remained consistent with a confidential source who expected to be rewarded for giving executable information which led to a successful discovery. As I have in the past been compensated for providing information. Chair, maybe let me qualify that by saying by other, not law enforcement, this was intelligence agencies.
Are you reading, Mr. Okay.
The last sentence, as I have in the past been compensated for providing crucial information to intelligence agencies, not law enforcement. It's two intelligence agencies. Yes. Yes. And my oath, the facts set out in this affidavit are within my personal knowledge and are, unless otherwise stated or converse appears from the context within my personal knowledge and to the best of my knowledge and believe a true and accurate representation of facts. I have no objection in taking the prescribed oath and consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my conscience.
That last, again, it's not a sentence. There's the sentence, full sentence that says, beyond that, my motivations remain consistent with a confidential source who expected to be rewarded for giving executable information which led to a successful discovery, full stop. And then you say, as I have in the past been compensated for providing crucial information to intelligence agencies. That's what I'm saying is not a sentence.
Sorry, Chair.
Because if you say as I have in the past and you start with uppercase A, as if it's just a minute, as if it's the beginning of a sentence, and in the end it's not a sentence. Do you follow me? Do you understand why I say it's not a sentence?
Absolutely, Chair. Apologies. So it was meant to be a comma and a lowercase a.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
apologies,
Okay.
Chair. Yes, I was trying to clarify that.
But still, there's a bit of incongruence here because you say in the preceding part of this sentence, you say it was the source who expected to be rewarded for giving executable information which led to a successful discovery. And then you say, as I have in the past been compensated. The as doesn't flow from the preceding part of the sentence. The two do not go together. Do you get me?
Chair,
So what exactly are you trying to say in this sentence?
I proposed the S, remove the S. Yes.
And then do we still have we remove the as and then there's a standalone sentence?
There's a standalone sentence.
So instead of the comma, we have a full stop.
full
We
stop,
bring
a
back
new
the full
sentence.
stop. We bring back the full stop.
Yes, Chair.
So kill the comma, we delete the as. Then we have, I have in the past been comma. Now that's a sentence.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, all right.
Just to be sure, in the preceding sentence, in the immediately preceding sentence where you say confidential source, that confidential source you're referring to is you.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Let my mode remain consistent with a confidential
Chair, with your permission, the witness drew up his own statement. I think just for clarity, the previous page, second last sentence, is for it to be sensible. There's a reference to a forensic systems architecture, and then it says expect. I suspect that it should be expert.
An expert,
If we could just clear it up from the witness.
Mr. Msigidi? Do we adjourn for lunch?
Yes, Chair, we can do that.
Yes. Let us adjourn and resume at 14:15.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Musigidi?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Nku, before we went for lunch, you just reached the end to your second statement, being your supplementary statement. And then, in addition to that bundle, there is what we call additional documents. Those include your CV, your companies, and some of the passport entries. Can we agree that we'll make reference to those documents if and when it becomes necessary, and we don't go through those immediately?
Yes, Chair, I do agree.
Yes, okay, thank you. Then, Mr. Nku, you submitted the first statement to this commission, and it's dated the 7th of May 2026. And when you submitted that statement, I accept that you did that knowing that that statement had to contain a complete and truthful account of the events. Is that correct?
Please repeat that. I didn't catch you.
I'm saying your signed statement, the first statement dated the 7th of May 2026, you submitted it knowing that it had to contain complete and truthful account of events. Do you accept that?
Absolutely.
Yes. Now, we have noticed that your supplementary statement seems to contain more information compared to your initial statement. I just want to ask you a few questions on that, and maybe then we can move on to the nitty-gritties of your statement. So in your first statement, there is no mention that you work for the intelligence agencies. Is that correct? Your first statement does not mention that you work for the intelligence agencies.
In my first statement,
Yes.
I was addressing questions asked.
No. The question is that you don't mention that you work for intelligence agencies. Is that correct?
In my first statement?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And then in your second statement, being your supplementary statement, that's when then you describe yourself as having worked with intelligence and agencies and provided cyber intelligence support to law enforcement. And the question then is, why did you omit that?
In my supplementary statement, is as a result of the engagement that I had with evidence leaders, where clarity was sought into the type of operations that I do. So that emanates from that. Initially, I was addressing the questions posed by the Commission.
Yes, but in doing that, you mentioned where you work in the first statement, and you were not confined not to mention your other work in intelligence agencies. Nothing stopped you from mentioning that. Is that correct?
So, Chair, that is not work that I do formally. It's on a consultative basis.
Is that work in the sense of providing them with information, Mr. Musigidi?
Yes, Chair, he puts it
Right.
in those terms, says he also provides support to law enforcement.
Oh, all right, thank you.
And none of that appears in his first statement, Chair. Mr. Nku, you accept that it's not mentioned, and the
It is
question
not
was,
mentioned.
nothing stopped you from mentioning it, ultimately.
I do concede to that. Nothing stopped me. The only reason I elaborated further was on the basis of the engagement had with the evidence leaders.
Okay. Chair, Before we went for break, while going through the statement of Mr. Nku, there was a mention of a name, and Mr. Nku sought to ask the Commission to redact that name. However, Chair, my submission will be that that name, first of all, is quite relevant and connects to the dot. And without any reasons being given why that name should not be mentioned, we shouldn't, Chair, protect the name without any basis. And in any event, the name we give it, it's a shortened name. It's not a full name of the person. But further to that, Chairperson, that name has been prominent in this commission. Chief Mashaba came here. He mentioned the name. Colonel Sebola came here and also mentioned the name, Chairperson. So that horse, in any event, has bolted. We dealt with that name extensively between the chairs of Mr. Nku and Mr. Mashaba, Chair. So I will be seeking, Chairperson, a permission to mention the name, and unless we are told the real reasons why the fear that Mr. Nku sought to express, we will submit that fear is unwarranted and there's no basis, Chair.
Before I talk to my colleagues about this, may I just find out if the name was redacted from witness J's testimony, transcript of his testimony that went out to the media Monday morning?
So, Chair, the nickname was not redacted. The full name was redacted. And we also only seek to mention the nickname or the shortened name, not the full name and the surname, Chair. But that's the answer, that it's out there in the public anyway. The nickname that I seek to refer to, yes, it will give context to what we are dealing with.
Thank you, thank you. Do you wish to respond to what Mr. Musigidi said, Mr. Du Plessis?
Thank you, Chair. Well, with respect, the motivation by the witness as to why this evidence should not be openly given.
The name, just the name.
Yes, just the
Yes,
name.
yes.
The motivation is clearly personal safety. And unless it is highly relevant why the name should be canvassed, why should it, and why should the witness's safety be compromised? So even if it was in another context, or even the same context mentioned by other witnesses, is not to say that this witness should be required to openly state the name and interaction he had.
Thank you, Mr. Du Plessis. Oh,
Mr. Du Plessis, even if this name, as contained in the statement, is not mentioned, there will be exchanges in the evidence that the evidence leader is going to be taking the witness through, which are exchanges between the witness and the owner of this name. And for those exchanges to make sense, at the very least, it does need to say who the conversation was with. So you may avoid it here, like we did when he was reading the statement. But if there's going to be qualitative discussion of their exchanges on WhatsApp, on which the witness will be required to comment, it seems it may be unavoidable.
Yes, Madam Commissioner, I then suggest that at that stage, if he does come up, we deal with it then. But at this stage, I can't see that it now has to be put on record. Let us see how the questioning develops.
Thank you.
yes, the practical difficulty, as Commissioner Baloyi says, is that at a certain stage, the texts do refer to this name in so many ways. So I don't quite get why the witness would, this is in communications that involve this witness. So basically what the text will be showing is that Mr. Nku was communicating with this witness.
Thank you, Chair. I cannot take it further. Then we await your ruling in this regard.
Yes. Anything else, Mr. Musigiti?
Chair, those are our submissions. Safe to add that we did have a discussion with Mr. Nku's legal representatives about a week ago to say that if there is any threat or any evidence that needs to be protected out of fear of or protection of his life, then they must bring an application and we'll consider it on its merits, Chair. And none of that happened, Chairperson. So we took it that they are happy to proceed as things stand, Chair. So those are our last submissions, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Nku, it does not seem to make much practical sense for the name not to be mentioned, because it's mentioned several times in the texts that appear to be texts between you and this person. So if there are going to be issues, there will be issues even at that stage, because it won't make sense for us or rather for the Commission to say there were communications between Mr. Nku and an unnamed person. Yes.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, though I have concerns, my biggest concerns were the name being mentioned relative to the other names. I don't know if that makes sense.
Okay, let's go
Because
back. Please take us to the relevant paragraph again, where this was first raised.
It's paragraph
Supplement.
3 in the supplementary.
3 supplements.
Sorry, Commissioner Balu?
Paragraph 3 in the supplementary statement.
Paragraph 3 in the supplementary.
On page 1.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner. It's under 3, I think it's the last paragraph.
Well, remember when you were reading this paragraph, on the first page, page 1, there's that April 2021, and then you skipped that name.
Yes.
You don't have a difficulty with mentioning that name.
No, I have a difficulty mentioning that name relative to the others. So I was going to finish the evidence. Hence, I said that if it is permissible, there is evidence or information that one might is inclined to providing on camera, not in a public setting. So there is another name. There's another person mentioned there, but the name is not mentioned in what I write there, in paragraph 3.
Where you talk about a particular individual,
A
is that
particular
the other
individual,
name?
precisely, Chair.
Mr. Musigidi, did you raise this issue in relation to these paragraphs, or were you concerned more about what's contained in the texts?
Chair, it was not even related to this paragraph. It was completely to the information that he specifically, because remember he had provided these names already. It was really in relation to anything else he felt that would compromise his safety.
But I understand Mr. Nku now to say he has no problem with the name being mentioned in the context of the several chats where this name may be appearing. Would that be fine for now? At least for us to proceed, and we can, yeah. Yeah.
You can't avoid it, Chair, indefinitely.
Okay.
I'm happy to take that for now and
Yeah, all right.
Yes.
Let's proceed on that basis then.
thank you, Chair. Then, Mr. Nku, the question really would have been that in your first statement, you state that you came across information from a confidential source. And then in your supplementary statement, you now introduced this person by name as an original source of information. And the real question was that why was his name not mentioned in your first statement?
Chair, apologies. The reasons are precisely what I just stated.
Yes, but the same thread that you say existed when you first drafted your original statement still exists or existed when you submitted your second statement. Nothing had changed.
But the difference is in elaborating further. One further states and makes a note, not for the names to be spoken publicly or to be placed on record publicly. Even on that statement, this was more of providing clarity to the Commission. In my initial statement, I was never given guidance as to how to draft the statement, as I had done it alone. However, in the supplementary statement, a greater extent, there was guidance provided because I had engaged with the evidence leaders along with the legal team. So I did not know how detailed must the statement be. I thought I was answering questions because there were questions posed on the initial statement.
Chair, with all respect to the evidence leader, I think it's important to have context in as much it may be important as to why it wasn't mentioned, that as I understand it, the first statement was made available to the Commission, to the evidence leaders. Then there was a consultation with the witness. I'm not sure who was present, whether the current evidence leader was the person who attended if I understand it correctly, a virtual consultation. And then certain aspects were raised where further information was sought by the evidence leaders. So that's the context. And to now ask why certain of the further evidence or information required wasn't mentioned in the first affidavit, I can really not see where it takes us and what the importance of that would be.
But surely now you are dealing with a different issue, because the issue you are raising, the witness can answer that. The witness can say the reason why that is not in the first statement is because of this and this and that. I thought the issue we were debating was whether the names should be mentioned or disclosed. The issue you are covering, the witness.
Mr. Musigiri, under what question would this have fallen in the first statement? Yes.
So, Chair, we're dealing with the question of, so it's 2.1, and that will relate to, so it's on page 1 of his first statement. It's really the question of source of information.
Mr. Msikiri, isn't it better perhaps or more efficient if there is a particular proposition or suggestion that you want to make with this question, that you do that and then let the witness answer, if there is a suggestion that you're seeking to make?
And also, I read the paragraph you referred to, 2.1, to be specific as to certain information that was informed or that was obtained. What was the sort of that specific information? And I understand him under paragraph 1 to be dealing generally with how he would source information. My work has also included the real-time tracking of information in support of law enforcement investigations. So in that sense, I'm not sure that the question is a fair one.
No, Chair, 2.1, it deals with a specific incident. It says that I first became aware of the potential shipment during the last week of April 2021 through confidential source. So it is specific to this particular shipment.
And how is that last sentence that you've been engaging him relevant to that?
Chair, then in supplementary affidavit, then that's when this name is now mentioned for the first time, Chair, in his supplementary statement. Yes, Chair.
I thought we had resolved the issue of the name.
Yes, Chair, not the name, but the context of the source
You just
of information.
referred to the name now.
The name, yes, not the name, yes.
You just referred to the name.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
Yes or no, we're dealing with, not been mentioned as to why the name was withheld. Remember, we're dealing with the issue of,
Perhaps may we come back to this much later? Can you deal with other points you
yes,
want
Chair,
to?
we can move on to the next point.
Yes.
And then maybe I can deal with the issue of the propositions that we need to put to the witness. So, Mr. Nku, the proposition that we would put to you and solicit your comment is that when one considers your supplementary statement, it contains several important facts that were not included in your original statement. And those facts would include your alleged intelligence background, the source that the name will not mention. You also, for the first time, mentioned the zero-day exploit method. And also, you mentioned your previous intelligence operations and forensic allegations. And we will be submitting that those are not minor details, but quite significant to your evidence. And we're saying, apart from the questions that we have put to you, is there any reason why this material information was not included when you were first contacted by the Commission?
Commissioners, yes, I've already alluded. Upon our consultation with the evidence leaders, there was a point raised that my statement is short and not detailed. And guidance was given. I remember my counsel who was with us on the virtual meeting asked clarity-seeking questions as to exactly what points need to be addressed so that when one makes or drafts the supplementary statement, all those issues are traversed and they are cleared. As I said, Advocate Musikidi, that when the Commission served me with the questions initially, I had not been given guidance as to how to provide answers. So I did not detail as probably much as I should have had. It was only upon when there was a clarity from the evidence leaders as to the fact that I should give as much detail as possible pertaining to my recollection of the events.
All right, now we'll make our closing remarks when we finish your testimony, and then maybe you can have a better answer. Now, there has been information and testimony to this commission to the effect that there has been a suggestion that you are a confidential informant, and we want to test that theory. Chairperson, we have made available to the chair a copy, and Mr. Nku should have one as well. It looks like this.
CJC 337.
It's CJC 37, and it says secret on top, and it's got a SAPS logo. And it's called, so this is the cover page of the Operational Management Process for Crime Intelligence Collection Environment, inside its division Crime Intelligence. Chairperson, we don't intend on going through the entire prescripts, but we want to highlight and then put those to the witness to try and deal with the notion that he is somehow a confidential informant. And Chair will see that we have only extracted the relevant pages, Chairperson, that we want to make reference to. Mr. Nku, do you have the document in front of you?
Yes, I do, Chair.
Yes, so what we want to point your attention to is on page 51, and this deals with the process of recruiting informants. And the first one is what we say, it's a profiling. So a talent is spotted first, and then a profile is created on that specific individual or a group of people that might be obtained to identify it as being of potential assistance to the service. And then you'll see right at the bottom there it says recruitment approach strategies. And then if you go to page 52 again, so there they mention the different approaches, how to approach a potential informant. And then you will see that at the bottom we have what you call planning of recruitment. And then on page 53, you will see there on top we have what you call the actual recruitment. And they say this is the most sensitive stage of recruitment process where the potential human source is met face-to-face in order to convince him or her to provide information voluntarily regarding the identified threat or target. And then you will see right at the bottom, there is what you say is the role of the handler. And on page 54, you will see that it says that the handler is responsible for the achievement of set objectives in establishing, managing, and maintenance of intelligence network. And of acute importance is bullet point 1, where it says, so it deals with the responsibilities of a handler in respect of human source include the following: ensuring professional conduct at all times. Unacceptable conduct between the handler and the human source includes socializing, romantic involvement, purchasing from or selling to, borrowing money, accepting gifts, paying monies to human source without a witness. And then what is also important for this matter, at the bottom again, you'll see that it deals with the registration, where it says after the profile for potential human source has been evaluated, the human source is recruited and registered according to the prescribed procedures. And then it then makes reference to the prescribed registration form. And on page 55, you will see the form of an informant registration, where one is allocated an informant number, and often there'll be an official name, and sometimes also there will be an alias name. And then if you go to page 60, you will see that there's also an undertaking rendering the services. So what I've given you, or at least what I'm pointing out to you, is an overview of what at least it requires to be an agent. And Chair, perhaps can you go to page 63 of that document? And then it deals there with agent provocator, or called a provocation line. And it says the following constitute a transgression of the provocation line: unauthorized involvement of the registered human source in acts of violence or any other criminal acts, for example, procurement, transporting, storing, or dealing in weapons or drugs. And these activities would necessitate a course of action to be taken against such informant. Now, the question I'm putting to you, and Chair, if you go on and read the prescripts, also deals with the circumstances where an informant will be rewarded and under what those circumstances are, Chairperson. Mr. Nku, my question to you is this. Have you ever been registered as an official SAPS informant?
No, Chair.
Then that means you've never been issued with an informant number.
I was never issued with an informant number.
Yes.
Yes.
And you were never then, as a result, never assigned a handler to deal with you?
Officially, I was never assigned a handler.
No, what do you mean officially?
So,
If you agree with me that you were never registered as an informant, you were never given an informant number, maybe I should ask you a further question. Have you ever signed a source handler agreement with SAPS?
No, I've never, Chair.
So my next question then is that you have never assigned, you could never have been assigned a handler in those circumstances. Do you agree?
I agree.
Thank you. And in those circumstances, then you'll agree with me that Lieutenant General Mfazi could not have been mistaken at any stage to be your handler.
No, I've never stated that he's my handler.
Yes.
So,
And similarly, any suggestion that General Mashaba or Chief Mashaba could have at any point been considered or at least referred to as your handler, that also will be completely incorrect.
knowing that he is not a SAPS member, in the context of SAPS, I don't think that would be a case. As far as my recollection serves me well, I regarded myself as his confidential source, not a handler informal relationship.
Yes.
Yes. As a source of information.
Now, you mentioned earlier on that you have previously been compensated for providing intelligence. You remember that?
Before you ask that, let me, along the lines of what you were discussing, you, in the supplementary affidavit, you say, my work has also included the real-time tracking of information in support of law enforcement investigations. Now, what the impression that is created to me, and I think that it does create, is you have a formal working relationship with law enforcement investigations. Do you care to explain more what you mean in support of law enforcement investigations?
Commissioner Baloyi, when one states that, one is not insinuating that one has a formal relationship with any law enforcement agency within our jurisdiction. However, as I've already alluded earlier on, that post the July 9 drug bust, one has continued in the efforts of providing information to certain law enforcement members. So maybe when one forwards the documents requested by Advocate Musikidi, that matter will be clarified.
Yeah, well, there's hopefully it will be clarified, but when you say my work has also included, my work here suggests a formal arrangement. It's not you casual, you happen to come upon. That's not what you're conveying here, or at least that's not my understanding. It was never my understanding of it. It's not you casually, you get information and you casually pass it on. It's part of the work you do, and you do it in support of law enforcement investigations, then the question that necessarily comes up is, well, who are the law enforcement people, or even agencies, if you like, that you are supporting? You've testified, you've said it's Mashaba. And if you say it's post the incident, we know it's not General Mfazi because he had passed around that time of this incident. So we know you're not talking about General Mfazi. You're speaking just about Chief Mashaba, right?
If I may, Commissioner.
Yes, you may.
As I've already alluded to, post July 9, when one was now fully cognizant of the duties of Chief Mashaba, I've provided information elsewhere. And an example would be the DPCI member that I spoke of.
I think you said Captain Norji.
Yes, Commissioner.
Is he the only one that you've provided information to post the July 9 incident?
I wouldn't say Captain Norji is the only one. I have continued to provide information to other members.
Let me say this to you, or put this out so that you have the chance to deal with it as long as you're still on the witness stand, not necessarily now. We have had evidence that suggests your involvement in other activities with Chief Mashaba, right? And so when you say you support law enforcement investigations, it is important, at least to me, to know what are you speaking about? What law enforcement people are you talking about, or agencies? What other investigations are you talking about? When are these? So that, because maybe they explain the other evidence that we've received about your involvement in other activities. Maybe they don't, but they help us understand your involvement with if not Chief Mashaba, any other law enforcement officer. Yeah, I'm sure you've been following the events in this commission, so you know the evidence of Chief Mashaba, which places you in certain positions. So consider my question in that context, that it is to understand the fullness of your involvement with what you say is support of law enforcement investigations. And it's a particularly important question to me because you are not a registered, well, maybe not even registered, you're not an informer as informally, you're not an informant, a registered informant. So it's important to understand your exact role in what you describe as support of law enforcement investigations. That's the context of my question.
Commissioner Balui, maybe one must start by qualifying the activities or efforts towards becoming a formal informant. From what I understood, one needed to prove themselves at first. That's what I was told. To provide solid information to prove your credibility. But that got lost along the way because the person that I was supposed to be providing the activities prior to or post July 9 are still towards those efforts. Albeit I don't get myself involved in anything. If there is information sought about following up leads then I may provide that. I can do reconnaissance and provide that information. Hence, I've said I will make those examples available, practical examples available to the evidence leaders for a deduction to be made as to whether or not the information that I provide is, as I say it is. I don't know if I make sense, Commissioner Baloyi.
Well, I think for present purposes we can move, but I just want to commit you in your offer to provide us with information that you are scheduled for today and tomorrow. I want to put you under the pressure that you provide us with the details of who are the officers that you have provided information to and what investigations were these, and we should have that before you testify tomorrow morning with the chair's permission. I see he nods.
No, yeah. In fact, during the time when we were asking only questions seeking clarity, I actually engaged you on this, and you gave me just one name, Officer Norche. I don't remember you giving me any other, so I agree. Please be ready with that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I do this?
Sorry. Include the dates, even if it's not an exact date. If you say this was in May 2022, that's sufficient.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Nku, good afternoon. I want us to clear up this issue of what you are doing before 9 July 2021. I think you've accepted that you have never been recruited as an informant and you've never been registered as an informant.
I agree, Commissioner Kumane.
So you could never have been a subs informant. Now we go to Chief Mashaba, and paragraph 2.2 of your original statement helps because you say prior to 9 July 2021, which is the period that is of particular use to us. Your relationship with him was that of a professional acquaintance. That's what you say?
Yes.
So I take it from that he never recruited you as an informant?
No, he
never recruited you?
No, he never recruited me. It was, I exchanged information with him. There was never a formal engagement.
And he never paid you either for the information you gave him?
No, he has never.
And it was up to you, if you had information, whether you want to give it to him or not?
Precisely.
So you never had an obligation to give him information, even if you were aware of criminality? There was nothing that bound you to give information to him, correct?
I would say that.
Yes. And he couldn't say to you, you have breached our agreement if you didn't give him information relating to criminality?
Correct.
Because there was no such obligation?
Precisely.
Yes. And I need your assistance here. I'm speaking for my co-commissioners and Mr. Musikidi. There seems to be an issue with the transcription. So please wait for the question to be completed, and then you will see a nod from us. That's usually a cue to you to then start your answer, because it appears that we keep interrupting each other and the transcription reflects that. And it is not your fault, so I'm just saying from now on going forward, you'll see the nod, then that means you can answer the question. And I think that's the best way of maybe dealing with it going forward. So wait for the question to be completed, then you'll see the nod, and then you can answer. And we will all try to remember that.
Oh, thanks for the nod.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nku, you stated that previously you have been compensated for providing intelligence. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
Yes. Who paid you? Can you share that information?
That information may be shared confidentially because it involves consultation with foreign intelligence agencies. The details to that I'm willing to provide to the
Sorry,
commission, not on a public sitting.
Oh, I'm sorry, please finish the sentence.
Oh, sorry, I was saying the details pertaining to such, because of the nature of the information provided or sought, it's not for public consumption, and there are NCNDAs to that tune.
I'm interested in the foreign intelligence agency part. What are you saying about that exactly in the context of you receiving payment?
Information, basic consultation provided to foreign intelligence agencies have resulted in remuneration.
Or you were paid abroad?
For consultations done with foreign entities.
Oh, and in South Africa?
Oh, in South Africa, I haven't been formally paid.
In South Africa, you were not paid?
I haven't been paid in South Africa.
Okay.
But you see, where in a supplementary statement, you make that statement about being paid, you were answering a question, what was your interest in following up on the information on the 9th? That's what you were being asked. That is
Yes.
on page 4 of your supplementary statement. And then you say in paragraph 2, and I'm reading from the 3rd line, you say, beyond that, my motivations remained consistent with a confidential source who expected to be rewarded for giving executable information, which led to a successful discovery, as I have in the past been compensated for providing crucial information. So, the sentence that reads, my motivation remained consistent with a confidential source who expected to be rewarded for giving executable information, which led to a successful recovery, is you expected. This is where you're explaining why you were disinterested in this bust, following up on it. And you say, I had the expectation to be paid as a confidential source. That's how you're answering that question. You're not distinguishing domestic and foreign intelligence agencies.
So maybe I need to clarify that, Commissioner Balui. That's why at the end maybe I qualify with engagement with foreign entities. So I do not make any claim that I have been paid previously by our local law enforcement for following up on information. For me, that was something that is, I'm still building rapport.
So with that answer then, we must then delete, for that answer to stand, and I want to see how whether you have actually answered the question after the deletion. That answer must mean you delete everything in that paragraph, second paragraph, that's it. Beyond that, my motivation remained consistent with a confidential source who expected to be rewarded. If you were not expecting to be paid, then that part up to the end of that paragraph should not be there, because it has nothing to do with why were you interested to follow up on this information on the 9th. You can, just delete it in your mind and then see, and then try and see what I'm saying.
Please direct me to that paragraph, Commissioner Balui.
Paragraph 6 is your supplementary statement.
Okay, supplementary.
Paragraph 6 at page 4. You were asked the question, what was my interest in following up on the information on the 9th? So the 9th is the day of the operation, and the evidence is you were there throughout, including at the scene itself. Then you start off by saying, as with numerous previous occasions on which I had voluntarily furnished intelligence to law enforcement agencies in the hope that it would contribute to successful operational outcomes, my interest in following up on the information that ultimately led to the Aeroton drug bust was no different. That's paragraph 1. The second paragraph is that the principal distinction in this instance was the sheer magnitude of the narcotics ultimately recovered, notwithstanding the fact that we unfortunately lost visibility of the arms trafficking component of the intelligence. And then you say, beyond that, my motivation remained consistent with a confidential source who expected to be rewarded for giving executable information which led to a successful discovery. So up to that point, a reasonable reading is that is your answer to, that is part of your answer to why were you following up on this information on the 9th. I see you want to say something. Yes.
Commissioner Baloyi, I believe when we went through the statement earlier on through Chair, there was additional context added after crucial information, following up crucial information for other intelligence agencies. Yes.
As I have in the past been compensated for providing crucial information for
other intelligence agencies.
Yeah, but that doesn't change what I'm raising with you.
Okay.
It doesn't. The point I'm making to you is you now say, where you talk about compensation, you are speaking about work that you do for other agencies, foreign agencies. Am I understanding you correctly? That to now be your evidence?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. So I'm prepared for purposes of my engagement with you to delete the part of that paragraph which talks about compensation to you, because now you tell us you did not expect compensation for this drug bust.
Yes, Commissioner.
Am I correct?
Yes,
you did not expect compensation. So what then is your answer to the question that was asked of you? Why were you following up on the information on the 9th? On the 9th itself, when you followed up, when you became part of the entourage that ends up at Scania, what is your answer for doing that, for your being there? Not just at Scania, but following up all the way up to where you land, ending up parked at the Scania property.
So my reason for following up on information still remains the same, that with information provided serving as positive and a successful operation, the information leads to a successful operation. The promises that were made for me in the past will come to fruition, in a sense that, hence I said promises were made that I would eventually become a paid confidential source. So.
Okay, that's your explanation now, but how does that explain, how is that an answer that on the 9th you followed up, you were present, you have provided the information. Chief Mashaba knows that you've provided the information to him if he's the correct person that you're seeking to impress. The question still remains, why are you there? Why are you at, when they go to Yellow Jersey, you wait for them. When they move from Yellow Jersey, you're escorting them, you're going with them. When they get to Scania, you drive in with them, you park. We know later on that you actually take pictures or a video because you tell us that. And the question remains, you've given the information, So Chief Mashaba knows that you're a good person. You give information and it turns out to be good, and the drugs are discovered based on your information. It still doesn't explain why are you there on the day. And the question was for you to explain why you were following up on this on the 9th.
To clarify that, Commissioner Baloyi, initially on the 9th, maybe let's start at Yellow Jersey. My presence at Yellow Jersey was for me to point out, or give the location, point out. And in my understanding, my presence should have been limited to that and left it at that, basically. Because the scene that I provided was Yellow Jersey. That's the information that I provided. It ought to have limited itself to Yellow Jersey, and I was of the impression that a operation was going to be conducted at Yellow Jersey. However, a decision was taken, and I would deem myself a bystander to that decision, because upon Chief Mashaba's return with Warrant Officer Mokhana, I was instructed to follow by Chief Mashaba. I did inquire that, okay, but why? I've provided you information. Why? And you said members are coming, because basically he had expressed that they'll go and check, and then more members will come in. But to my surprise, they went out. Upon inquiring, he just told me to follow him. They are going to inspect the truck in Aeroton.
The question remains: why do you follow? You've identified the truck. You've given them the full details. Now it's in the hands of the police. And for purpose of my engagement with you, I'm going to assume these are legitimate police officers. You've given them information. You don't doubt that they're legitimate police officers. The question remains: why are you following them? And you can't say he's instructed you, because I'm going to counter and say, but he's not your boss. You could have driven off if you wanted to. He wouldn't arrest you. He wouldn't beat you up. So that's not a good enough answer if your answer is he instructed me. So the question remains, and this is the question that was asked for you to address in the statement. It's not a new question. And you had given an answer which on the face of it looked like a good enough answer. I expected to be rewarded. I don't think one could quarrel with that as a source of information, but as you being the source. But now you've told us that's not why you were there. You were not expecting to be paid. You've given the information. Why are you going with them to Scania? Why do you get into the property? Why do you park? Why are you taking pictures? What's your interest?
Thank you very much, Commissioner Baloyi. Commissioner Baloyi, maybe one needs to go back and clarify the issue of me not seeking payment. Not at that juncture. I'm still building myself towards that. It's not that one does not want compensation at all if one provides crucial information. But I understand it's a process. The issue of me being present, I do not limit it to an instruction. However, as I've already alluded earlier on, that I've provided information before and was told that that never happened. And alas, I see in the media that information became successful. So my notion was to be there in the vicinity at Yellow. Basically, I was very far from Yellow Chase. I wasn't even within the Yellow Chase vicinity. I had parked 500 meters and more away from Yellow Chase. Had I seen more police officers coming in, I would have definitely have vacated. Then my information is positive. My expectation was, as Chief Mashava had already alluded to the fact that if the information checks out, more members will start coming in. That was my expectation. I never expected myself to end up in Scania. And for me to follow up into Scania itself, I would guess it extends to curiosity, whether my information checks out. Because for me to be left behind also, I would have actually expected to, from the Yellow Jersey, maybe to go to Albertine Police Station. I wouldn't be in the vicinity, but at least I'd know whether or not there was a success, with more members coming in.
So, are you saying you became part of that entourage that ends up at Scania out of curiosity to make sure or to see that these drugs are properly handled? Sorry, I'm confused about your answer.
Okay. Commissioner Balui, I become part of the entourage, not being curious to see any contents being handled, but curious to see that the information checks out. Because I wouldn't have, in the past, it had happened that, as I said with Chief Mashao, I give information, I know that information pans out, and then he says nothing happened.
So even if Chief Mashaba hadn't, you say he instructed you to come, even if he hadn't instructed you to go with, you would still have gone because you're curious and you want to see that this ends up in the right hands. The right hands being the police. You say, had you seen that there are more police officers arriving, you would have left. Is that what you're saying now?
If Chief Mashaba hadn't instructed me to take along, I don't think I would have taken along, because I do not know the protocols of law enforcement, what is required. So him giving that instruction, in my mind, extending to the curiosity, in my mind, it was okay, it's okay. You can take along. Because he expressed that come with and then stay in your car.
You see, Chief Mashaba was asked this question because it is an important question. Why if Mr. Nku is an informer, why is he part of this? And his answer was, you asked to join. It was that simple an answer that he gave. He said he was there because he asked to join us. What do you say to that?
Commissioner Baloi, Chief Mashaba might have mistaken, because if I asked, I would have went with them into Yellow Jersey. Because if the vested interest was seeing, that means from the initial point, I would have driven with them into Yellow Jersey. Hence I say my queue was seeing, other police cars coming in. That was my cue to say that the operation is a success.
So he was not, on your account, Chief Mashaba was not truthful when he said you asked.
He might have mistaken.
He's not mistaken, he was being untruthful.
He was being untruthful. I didn't ask to take along.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to complete that last exchange, just for your benefit, to read what Chief Mashaba said. He says, well, so this is from the transcript. He says, well, Mr. Nku asked me that it would be a problem for me to accompany you guys because other informations I have give other people. I get to be told that they were unsuccessful, or I get to be told stories or excuses. Can I come with you guys? I said, I do not see a problem because I know I have worked with you a lot before, and I know I worked with a lot of police that comes with their informers. The only thing I said to him, please make sure you sit in your car and you do not participate.
Is your mic on?
It is on, Chair. Apologies. I was reading far from the laptop. Apologies.
Yeah.
But I was putting on record that, and the nub of it really is that.
Is it not practical to flight this?
Chair, I'll try and get it up.
Thank you.
The essence of it really is that Mr. Mashaba is quite clear that you requested to come. And we'll try and find evidence of Warrant Officer Mahan as well, who, if I remember very well, said the same thing. And I will be saying to you that it's improbable that they could both say the same thing about you, and you could be the only one who's correct when they say you insisted on coming, and you gave reasons as to why you wanted to come. So you did not just want to come out of curiosity, you gave reasons why you needed to come. What is your comment?
Chair, as I've said before, if I wanted to be part of an operation, I would have driven in with them into the Yellow Jersey Company. However, my role was limited to pointing and providing to the information. Hence, I stayed behind and awaited an instruction. So, as far as it relates to me, being the one to be upfront and say that I want to tag along, I put it to you, Advocate Msikiri, that it isn't probable.
No, you can't put to me. I'm asking the questions, so please resist from that and focus on the question.
Apologies.
And I'll say that coupled with your curiosity that you yourself confessed, this answer by Chief Mashaba is more probable than your answer to say that he instructed you. The only instructions he gave you is that you must sit in the car and not join them as they go inside to search the truck. But that's my proposition to you, that you had a reason, you provided a reason. You also said now, when you testify, that you had a curiosity, hence you were there. So coupled with that, the only instructions was for you to stay in the car. But anything else, you insisted on coming. And we'll get to the question as to why you insisted on coming, to seeing through this operation. Do you want to comment?
I'll repeat this, commissioners. If I wanted to be part of the operation, why not do it at the point of origin, at Yellow Jersey? Because that would imply I knew that they were going to release the truck to go out. There's a decision they took void of my presence. So if they had taken the intel, called all the relevant people there at Yellow Jersey, there wouldn't have had to be a need for me to tag along, because there was never prior communication or any communication while they were at Yellow Jersey. From what I gathered after the fact was there was an agreement reached with the management of Yellow Jersey. But the decision not to conduct the operation in Yellow Jersey was taken void of my presence. So the scene, I still maintain this, Advocate Musekidi, that the scene that I provided was Yellow Jersey Logistics. That's the scene that I provided to Chief Mashaba. That's why all the relevant information was given to the tune. It relates to Yellow Jersey Logistics. To move the scene elsewhere, it's a decision taken in my absence. And for me to suddenly want to tag along when I wasn't even part in the first place, for me, it wouldn't make sense.
No. I'm going to give you my last comment on this one, and then we move on. And I've said to you, you gave reasons to Mashaba as to why you want to follow through and follow them to the second scene. And you also testified here now that you also held a particular curiosity to see this process to the end. And I will be making submissions at the end to say there are other more sinister reasons as to why you had to see this thing to the end. Okay. And I would ask you, could there be any possible reason why Chief Mashaba would ask you to follow, or instruct you, in fact, to follow them? What would your role be there if he was to ask you to come? Because you served no purpose. You've provided all the information, it's positive. He had no reason whatsoever. Can you come up with one reason why he wants you to be there?
So, may I? Okay. So, I draw the reason from what transpired at the scene itself in Aeroton, because when we were at Aeroton, I think that there's an instant when it had just been before the arrival of Warrant Officer Pakula. I requested to leave. I requested Chief Mashaba to leave. And the reason provided was wait for the crime scene manager. He might have questions for you.
You see, that's my difficulty with your testimony all along, is that you tailor evidence as you go by. None of the witnesses who came to testify, not Chief Mashaba, said anything about you leaving. You have provided 3 statements. None of those statements mention you ever wanting to leave. It is now that you are cornered as to why you insisted on being there. You are being faced with black and white evidence as to why you insisted on being there. Now you are giving us completely new evidence that, in fact, at some stage, you wanted to be relinquished. And I put it to you, that is a typical case of tailoring evidence as you go. And that is highly unsustainable because it is not supported by the true facts.
Commissioners, as far as my recollection serves me well, and I don't know why Chief Mashaba hasn't stated this. I made a call to him while we were at the scene. While I was sitting in my car, if my memory served me well, I did make a call to Chief Mashaba to make such a request.
You may have made that kind of call, but I think the point is it does not make sense that Chief Mashaba would invite you to go to the scene, or to use your language, instruct you, because you serve no purpose. On your own account, you say, and his account, forget that who asked or who invited, but both of you have one thing consistent, which is you will sit in your car.
Yes.
Now, that's common cause between the two of you. You will sit in your car. Then why would he instruct you to come with? You've given them the details of the vehicle. You can see it. There's the truck with the container. You can see, there's the truck. You have all the details. So you have nothing more to add to this story. So it doesn't make sense that he would instruct you to come with. But even on his version, it doesn't make sense. If everything is innocent, even on his version, it doesn't make sense that you would ask to go with. On both your versions, it doesn't make sense. The truth lies somewhere else. Why? How you end up there, not on these two versions. Because you've done your job. You've given them the information. You are an informer. You get told, sit in the car. There's no explanation at this point from you and Chief Mashaba. What purpose would you serve? You give us at least an idea. You say, I wanted to see that the drugs that I have identified, and I was curious. You attempt to give us an explanation as you are sitting there. And I suspect that is closer to the truth than anything. The question will be, what is the reason for that? But I think it's closer to the truth. You saying, I wanted to see that the drugs that I have identified are in fact taken, and they're taken by the correct people. That's closer to the truth than your curiosity story and him saying you asked and he said, well, I see nothing wrong with it. You want to say something?
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Commissioners, my issue, hence albeit Advocate Musikiri has an apprehension that I'm tailor-making evidence. But my issue to raise this point was from the initial point of leaving Yellow Jersey Logistics. I assume after the fact that maybe the reason why Chief Mashaba might have wanted me was for this crime scene manager, because that's what stopped me from leaving.
No, the assumption is wrong, because one, that's not his evidence, but also his evidence is that he and Warrant Officer Mahano were sufficient. They were going to take those drugs, and their plan, I think he said, they were either, one of them said we'll take them to Zonkizizo, another one said we'd have taken them to Alberton. That was his original plan. But also, he said he didn't want anyone else to know about these drugs. And we had a lengthy debate with him about this bust. He didn't tell his superiors, he didn't tell anybody, because he doesn't trust people. You warned him that these drugs belong or involve some senior people in the SAPS, so he was quite careful who to involve. Your assumption, therefore, doesn't hold that he wanted to spread the word and involve other people. It was his, Mahano's operation, and yours. You were the only three people until the party was broken up by police officers and others arriving.
Commissioners, the reason why I would have, or rather the reason why I called Chief Mashaba, amongst other things, at the last moment, hence I said because someone else was supposed to assemble a team to run the operation. Chief Mashaba had, in the past, alluded to the fact that he also works closely with the then provincial commissioner, and there are joint operations done and whatnot. Why would I say then don't tell anyone, knowing that there is someone that he obviously works closely with, who would be the provincial commissioner, and when other role players are called, for me it gives me confidence that maybe it might have went through the channels that he had already reiterated in the past. Because I have given information to him, and it was said that no, execution was done through the provincial commissioner.
So you deny that you told him that these drugs that you were informing about, that these drugs belong to or involve senior members of law enforcement, and he should not share this information, or he should be careful who he shares it with. You deny that you said that to him.
So I do not deny that. What I deny is instructing or I would say giving him an instruction of not involving high-ranking officials. While at the back of my mind, I knew that there had been an operation that was conducted through a high-ranking official, which he seems to be conducting joint operations with. So the warning was limited to be careful who you disseminate the information to, because I knew in my mind that there is already rapport with him and the provincial commissioner at the time. So ideally, the first point of contact, the provincial commissioner would have been there also.
So if he said to us that you warned or cautioned him not to share the information with senior officers, senior officials, because they have an interest in these drugs, that would be incorrect. You didn't say that to him.
You would have misunderstood me.
Or he would have been dishonest with us. Either he misunderstood you in what you conveyed, or he in fact understood you and lied to us to say that's what you said. One or either or. Could be any one of the two.
I'll limit it to saying he might have misunderstood me. Because in my mind, I knew that he was already working with the provincial commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Nku, to be fair to you, when this line of questioning started, you were referred to the transcript. I appreciate that you don't have it in front of you. So there's a screen to your left where you will see that Ms. Ngube, the evidence leader, specifically asked Mr. Mashaba, why was Mr. Nku going with you from Yellow Jersey to Aeroton? And then Mr. Chief Mashaba's answer follows from line 9. You'll see the 10 just on the left of the screen. So the line before that is line 9 of that page of the transcript. And the answer he gives is, well, Mr. Nku asked me that, will it be a problem for me to accompany you guys? Because other information that I gave to other people, I get to be told they were unsuccessful, or I get to be told stories or excuses. Do you see that?
Yes, indeed.
So the question that was asked was, that is not what happened. So He's either mistaken or being untruthful when he says that.
I would say he would be mistaken. Because I do not want
Please, please speak up. You sort of no. Let's not speak at the same time. You sort of whispered when you were looking at the screen. What were you saying?
Apologies, Chair. I wanted to say, I would say he would be mistaken because
Mistaken or untruthful?
Commissioner Tumelo, I would say he's mistaken either way, but I would say he's mistaken.
But you never asked. That's the bottom.
No, I didn't. I still maintain this, commissioners. If I really wanted to be part, then why not do it at the first instance? Why not be part because where I provided information, I'm certain that everything is there inside in Yellow Jersey. I should have been part from the onset. I should have went in with them. That's where I feel that if I needed or wanted to be part, I should have rather been part at Yellow Jersey, not after the fact at Scania, because I never had any prior discussions regarding Scania. I was just told after the fact when moving out that we are going to Aeroton.
That answer does not help you because there was no operation at Yellow Jersey. They went and they asked management to open the container. Management refused. So we don't know what would have happened if management had agreed that they should open the container. For all we know, they could have called you to come in. So it doesn't help you to say, well, the operation, had it happened there, this is what would have happened. We know it did not happen there. And the reasons given were that management at Yellow Jersey refused to allow them to open the container. But the point is, you were at Yellow Jersey, you briefed them, you are the one who told them to come there. They found you there. So there was no reason for them to drive with you to Yellow Jersey. You were already there waiting for them. Yes.
Apologies, commissioners. No, they did not find me there. They drove with me there. So I met with Chief Mashaba elsewhere. I believe it was at the filling station. So him and I drove towards Yellow Jersey. I had sent him the location, but I guess he maybe didn't pay attention to the location because he wanted me to point him to Yellow Jersey. So we actually, him and I drove, and I parked at Warrant Officer Mohana came after some time, but they did not find me at Yellow Jersey, Commissioner.
You may be correct. To be fair to you, I'm reading Warrant Officer Mahane's statement, and he says he found you there. So it may well be that you and Mashaba drove from somewhere else to there. So for now, maybe I'll limit myself to what Warrant Officer Mahane says, because he does say he found you there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We haven't asked you the question, and we should ask so that you tell us, why did you not go with them into Yellow Jersey?
Because for me, I provided information, and my role ought to have been limited to that, providing information and being out of sight. Because being where I parked, I believe I was completely out of sight, because it's a distant entity. No one from Yellow Jersey could have said that they spotted me. So I was confident that when they conduct their operations, they would be done void of my presence. And over and above that, I was of the sense that these are seasoned officials. They know what needs to fall and what not.
You did not leave. You did not leave. You gave them information and you parked. And you parked in such, you're remaining wherever you were. Clearly, you were not going to leave until they were done and finished. As you say, you thought it is with seasoned police officers who know what to do. but you didn't leave. You stayed on, and the question remains that why are you there? Why are you anywhere near this? I'm going to, it's only fair that I say this to you. I place this to you because, so that you can comment about it. You see, in this explanation now, you say, I parked where the yellow jersey people would not see me, and I'm paraphrasing. They did not see me, none of them could say I was there. That has a certain significance, that it sounds like what informed your not going in and the choice of place where you parked your vehicle was so that you are not seen by the people at Yellow Jersey, where an operation, as far as you know, was supposed to be conducted, which raises the question, why did you not want to be seen? Why are you hiding? Because that's how you explain it. But together with that question, why are you hiding, it is, why in fact are you there in the first place, wherever you parked? Which takes me back to the direct question that was asked of you. What was your interest in following up on this? So, and that question remains unanswered. If it wasn't so that you make sure that you get paid, because this is your discovery, the question, as you've answered here, the way that you've dealt with it still remains unanswered. But coming back to this, that you didn't leave. You didn't say, here's the information, I've shown you the place. You are seasoned police officers, you do your thing. I'm satisfied that I've given you the information. You park where you're not seen. Why? Why are you there?
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Baloyi. Commissioners, I stayed out of the line of sight solely to maintain my anonymity. So, as to say, no one would know who was the source of information. It was not due to the fact that I did not want to be spotted by Yellow Jersey employees. But in any case, my presence at a scene of crime would be unwarranted. I myself still maintain I shouldn't have been in Aeroton. My presence at Yellow Jersey, I was confident that I do not disturb any of the affairs of the operation that they are conducting inside. So the reason why I do not leave at that point in time, amongst other things, when Chief Mashaba left to Yellow Jersey along with Warrant Officer Mokhana, I would say that the assertion was to verify the information. Why do I say this? Because Warrant Officer Mokhana left his car. They jumped into Chief Mashaba's car and then went inside. So for me, it didn't click to my mind to leave while there's a police car next to me. The only thing that I was waiting for would have been more police cars arriving, then it's a success. But it was at the stage where there's still verification taking place. That's how I took it. And for me to leave without verifying I wouldn't have known whether or not, maybe Chief Mashaba would have pulled one of the previous stunts where no information was not followed. Oh, I
So you didn't trust him?
to an extent, not that I didn't trust him fully, but I wanted to verify. But I wanted, it would have been good to verify. It would have been good.
Thank you, Mr. Nku.
Thank you. Then it must hold that you are the one who's mistaken to say you were instructed. You've given all the reasons why you stayed, and you forgot to mention that you were instructed, like you were saying. In fact, you said to the chairperson earlier on this morning that you've lost trust, or Mr. Mashaba is unreliable this morning when the chair asked you a question as to why did you go to Mfazi instead of Mashaba. So it ties up that you would have stayed for those reasons. In fact, what we have done, and I know you don't have the document, but we've pulled up the testimony of Warrant Officer Mahani there. And the upshot of it is that he also confirms what Chief Mashaba is saying. And I'll try to read from you from this distance. When you look at under Warrant Officer Mahani, paragraph 10, I'll go to the middle of that paragraph where he says, I questioned this. I asked Mr. Mashaba because Mr. Nku was now parked in the premises. He alluded to me that Mr. Nku had a previous experience whereby he gave information to the police, and I can't see the information was positive, but they said it was negative. So that accords with what Mr. Mashaba says and what Warrant Officer Mahane says, and together with your own reasons of your own misapprehension in the past, and what you told the chair in the morning that Mr. Mashaba is unreliable. You had all the reasons to stay compared to what you are telling us that, in fact, you were forced to stay. Do you want to comment?
Oh, thank you very much, Advocate Musikiri. Chair, I don't want to mistake my answer, because earlier on, apologies, Advocate Musikiri, Commissioner Baloyi asked me about my reasons for leaving, and then after the fact, why did I stay behind? So my reasons for staying was not as a result of an instruction. If I can clarify that, but my reasons for leaving was as a result of that instruction. Advocate Musikiri, what Chief Mashaba tells Warrant Officer Mukhana at the scene, I will concede to the aspect of previous disgruntlement, because between him and I would be common cause. But it is not as a result of me expressing that while we were at Yellow Cheese, to say that, no, I need to go because you did this and that. Remember, when Chair asked me earlier on to say how many law enforcement officers had you been giving information to? See, that assertion would have been correct if I'd been giving information to many law enforcement officers. But my information dispersal had been limited to mostly Chief Mashaba. So if there is a talk of law enforcement who have not been reliable in terms of upholding the information given, it would be limited to him. So to say that I've been given information elsewhere and people have been unreliable, that means the person is talking about himself. And for me, it wouldn't make sense.
I think the more you answer, the more you confuse yourself and confuse us. Just going back to that paragraph that you were dealing with, I just need clarity on two issues. During your exchange with Commissioner Baloyi, you then considered that you were not expecting to get paid, at least on this operation, or be rewarded. Do you remember that?
I do remember, Chair.
And that is still your version? That you did not expect to be rewarded on this particular...
Precisely on that operation. Sorry, Advocate Msikidi,
I'm saying it is still your version that you did not expect to get rewarded at this Aeroton operation.
Yes, at that juncture, I wasn't expecting an immediate reward, yeah.
Yes, and in fact, you said when you were engaging with Advocate Baloyi that you were still trying to establish yourself to get to some point, maybe in future, that you might get rewarded. Do you remember that?
Precisely.
Yes. Now, what I don't understand is that while you are there trying to make your way to maybe to build some profile to be paid, as you would expect to get paid at some point, it doesn't make sense that what the facts point to us is that you have 60,000 rand with you. You first say that it was for traveling costs, but for now, what worries me is when you say, and that acquiring, so when you were asked about why do you have this money, and you said part of the reason why you have it is that it's for, well, acquiring technical intel almost comes at a cost. Now, it doesn't make sense to me, and it's hopelessly contradictory for you to say you expected to build a profile to get paid, whereas at the same time you seem to be mentioning that that part of the money you had, or that money you had, part of it, you were willing to spend it as part of collecting intel. Do you wish to comment?
Indeed, Advocate Msikidi, the money wasn't solely, or wasn't for the operation. Was money at my disposal, and relative to that. I am not an ordinary would-be informant, or someone who's trying hard to fight his way into subs. So for me, one is always willing to leverage resources to meet a certain objective, albeit it may be long term. But at that point in time, these are resources at one's disposal at that point in time. So I because I've spent money risking marketing and whatnot. So I guess because it wasn't a substantial fee that I would think of in terms of acquiring information. I didn't deem it significant.
Just a moment, Mr. Msikidi. Mr. Nku, please, in your answers, try to be clear, because you've given an answer and I have no idea what you've just said. So,
okay.
You're saying too many things that are unrelated to what we are talking about. So this 60,000 that you had on the day, when you withdrew it from wherever you withdrew it, what was it for?
So the money was was petty cash which I used for my traveling activities.
On the day in question,
No,
you didn't have
it's
any
not.
traveling activities. You
No,
were
but-
going to
No.
Yellow Jersey and then Aeroton. So I want you to be specific. You withdrew 60,000 rands or you took it from somewhere. As you were taking it and putting it in your car, what were you going to use it for?
Commissioner Khumalo, the 60,000 that I had, I didn't take it consciously and put it in the car to just travel. It's money that I had with. I don't know if I make sense.
I want to understand something. You referred to petty cash. Is the petty cash the 60,000 rand or is the petty cash something else?
The 60,000 rands.
Petty cash 60,000 rand for an
Yes.
individual.
No, not for an individual. That
No,
was
no,
not
no.
my
I
money.
say individual as in Mr. Nku. Mr. Nku, who is an individual, he calls 60,000 rand petty cash.
No, Chair. It was
Yes.
petty cash for the company. It was not my money. I was trying to say that.
Or petty cash for the company.
For the company, yes. So I would say I used company funds.
Then you must have a huge company.
So
Please finish your answer to
Yes,
Chair.
yes, yes, yes.
Yes, Chair. So when one says petty cash, the company extended to multiple trucks and we had a whole supply chain operation. So keeping cash, not all filling stations and whatnot where one uses cards. Some you would use cash to once all the trucks have passed. You would, so I would say one took advantage of that.
I was interested in your use of petty cash.
Okay.
I intervened whilst Commissioner Khumalo was asking you questions.
Oh.
And of course, some of the questions I had prepared, it seems you are anticipating already because I seriously want to engage you on this thing about carrying cash at this day and age. Okay. Anyway.
Ms. Nku, for now, because we will get to that later. Are you saying this 60,000 rands is always in the car?
It is not always in the car,
Yes.
Commissioner Khumalo. However, given the purchases that one needed to or payments that one needed to make, at that point in time, I took advantage of the money being at my disposal.
Asking you. You're still not getting to what I'm asking you. Because that money, 60,000 rands, is not always in the car. At some point that day or the day before, you must have taken it somewhere in the safe at the company, or you withdrew it from the bank, and you took it with you and you put it in the car. I'm asking you specifically about during that period, what was your plan with it? Because you cannot say in general terms, filling stations, some of them don't take cash, therefore this and that. You run a truck business, therefore this and this. Unless you say to me, you were following a truck that day and you knew that that truck would require money to be used either for diesel or something else, and you took that money for that purpose. So I'm trying to understand, when you withdrew that money or you took it from a safe, what was your plan with it? What were you going to do with it? And I'm only limiting myself to that because you had chair. He still has other questions about that money.
Okay. Commissioner Baloyi,
Kumal.
Oh, sorry. Apologies, Commissioner Baloyi. Commissioner Khumalo, when I took possession of the 60,000 or the money, hence I said that I took advantage of the fact that it was at one's disposal. However, I utilized the funds for traveling because one, I did not know how long one would stay in the vicinity of Durban, and going there is not limited to following up on information relating to that a truck. One obviously had other business interests in infrastructural development and so forth there. But it was solely on the basis that I wasn't sure how long the trip will take. But I thought it would be best to travel discreetly.
I must say, you still have not enlightened me, but for now I will leave it there and accept that it's pocket money that you took with you for your trip to Durban and back, and you didn't know how much you would need for your trip. Have I summarized it correctly?
It was cost for the trip.
Yes, for you specifically. You were not going to pay suppliers for the company or anything like that. It was money that you specifically were going to use for your trip to Durban.
Not necessarily, Commissioner Khumalo. It's money that, hence I say, I took advantage of. But when I need to make payments to suppliers and whatnot, it would be easy for me to do it wherever I am.
To pay them in cash, in 200 rand notes?
No, to make deposits.
Oh.
Not to pay in cash, to make deposits.
So you take cash to then make deposits. It does not make sense to me, not at this day and age. Why not make an EFT?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, the business that one was running, we had a lot of clients paying in cash. That's why there would be cash.
Paying you in cash?
They would be paying, yes, the company in cash.
But that still doesn't answer the question. What you do once you get lots and lots of cash is to deposit the money and then to make electronic fund transfers. That's what makes practical sense, Mr. Nku. I may not have a business, but at least that I understand.
I fully concur, Chair. Hence I've been expressing that one took advantage of the cash at one's disposal.
That still does not make sense. It still does not make sense. I mean, why not deposit the money? You left for Durban on the 7th, is that correct? Is that correct?
I'm trying to...
We have texts here, and I think the chats support what I'm saying. You left for Durban on the 7th, is that correct?
I think that would be a fair assertion.
And you were in Durban on the 8th, correct?
Yes, Chair.
And you came back from Durban, I think after roughly having been there for the day, then you came back on the 8th, correct?
I came back on the 8th.
And you were here by early morning, which is the time you met Chief Mashaba and Warrant Officer Mohano, correct?
Correct.
So are you saying you carried cash from Johannesburg to Durban and then back to Johannesburg with it? Is that what you are saying?
True, that, Chair.
Sorry?
That's true, Chair.
That's true.
Yes.
And was it 60,000 rand when you took it, or was it more, with you having used part of it perhaps along the way to Durban, in Durban, and back from Durban?
Yes, it was slightly...
Sorry. Had you taken 60,000 rand when you initially took it from wherever in Johannesburg, did you take 60,000 rand?
No, it wasn't 60,000,
You
Chair.
took more.
Yes, it was more, Chair.
How much was it?
I think it would have been about 65,000.
And the four or five, what did you use it for?
So I had booked I slept overnight on the 7th.
And
No,
yes,
let me just...
yes.
Yeah, but I had booked. I had booked and slept overnight.
Or you use it to pay at hotel or whatever.
Yes, Chair.
Sorry, let's not speak at, or whatever accommodation facility. So you use the money for that.
Yes, Chair.
Anything else?
No, on the way I paid for the tolls and petrol.
When you left Johannesburg, taking the 65,000 rand, what transactions did you expect to make along the way or in Durban, other than accommodation and tolls? What transactions were you expecting to make?
I wouldn't have expected to make transactions, but other than have a safety buffer of having money.
So without expecting to make any transactions whatsoever, you take a whole 64 or 65,000 rand cash with you in your car. Is that what you are telling us?
Chair,
you are not expecting any transaction whatsoever, leaving aside now the hotel and tolls. You are expecting no other transaction whatsoever. You take a whole 64 or 65,000 rand cash, underlying cash. Yes.
Okay. Chair, I did not know how long I'll stay.
Yes.
Yes. So it's not an issue of transactions, but I did not know how long I would have stayed in Durban.
So what did you expect might happen, which necessitated that you should carry 64,000 or 65,000 rand in cash?
Maybe my stay would have been longer.
I'm talking about what transactions would have been necessary or made necessary by a longer stay.
Chair, to consider that
maybe an additional day at a hotel, perhaps that?
Maybe 3-4 days. Apologies, Chair.
So an additional 2 or 3 days at a hotel, perhaps?
Yeah, but that would have been possible, Chair.
And why could you not have paid for that using your bank cards? Why must you carry 64 or 65,000 rand for that? Why could you not have paid or used your cards to pay for that?
Chair, as I've already stated, that one, I took money that ought to have been deposited.
Yes.
When I took the money, it's not some of the money. It's the sum total of what was to be deposited.
Sorry. That's not answering my question. My question is, you say what could possibly have happened is that your stay could have been more than just 1 day. It could have been 2 or 3 days. My question is, why could you not have used your cards for that? So how you source the money and it being the sum total and so on is not answering my question. Why could you not have used your card for that? Your cards, actually, because I've seen several cards in the testimony or the documentation that we have here. You have several cards, bank cards. Please answer my question, not anything else.
Chair, I was coming to that question.
Yes,
That's why I was trying to build a premise.
Yes.
That with the sum total that I had, it's money that I still needed to deposit. Hence, I'm saying I took advantage of that. Because
Tell me,
when I leave,
sorry, so we don't speak at the same time. I'm sorry for interrupting you. What advantage exactly? What advantage were you taking? You say you took advantage of something. What advantage were you taking?
the advantage is that I took money that from customers which I ought to have deposited.
Yes.
So I cannot leave some and take some. That money needs to be deposited. So I traveled with the whole sum total of it and took advantage of it. Hence, I'm saying I should have left the money behind or deposited it.
I'm sorry, please repeat. We spoke at the same time.
So I'm saying I should have left the money behind or deposited it. It needed to be deposited. So I just took advantage of it so that whenever, if say on that money I would have spent 20,000 or 15,000, then I would at a later stage have to replace it, but then I need to deposit it.
And do you have people working under you, or did you at the time have people that you could have sent to go deposit the money? I'm sure you had.
I did, Chair.
I don't get this advantage that you are talking about. You could and should have sent people to deposit the money, and then as for yourself, with your Durban trip, you could then have used your cards. This still doesn't make sense to me.
But
I'm yet to come to, okay, let me not anticipate that question because you'll start thinking about it. So that doesn't make sense to me. Why not send people to deposit their money and then you go to Durban and use your cards to pay?
Not everyone had access to my safes.
Sorry?
Not everyone had access to the safe.
I asked you whether you did not have someone you could have sent to go deposit the money, and I thought you said you could, or not?
But I would have had to take the money and give them before I leave.
What stopped you from doing that?
Hence I said, Chair, I took advantage.
No. That's not my question. What stopped you from taking the money out of the safe, giving it to somebody to go and deposit it? What stopped you from doing that?
Nothing stopped me, Chair.
Do you accept that it's very risky to travel with lots and lots of cash?
I accept.
Anybody would accept that.
Accept.
You accept it?
Accept it, Chair.
So make me understand this advantage in the face of the risks attendant to carrying that much cash with you. Make me understand this advantage that you took. Simply doesn't make sense to me, Mr. Nku.
Chair, the advantage relates to me traveling discreetly.
Traveling?
Discreetly.
What on earth does that mean?
Chair, if I, because part of my trip was to acquire information, traveling discreetly means that along the route, I wouldn't be using my bank cards.
But who had any idea about you going to source the information? Who would have cared about your use of your bank cards anywhere in the country? Who would have cared about that?
Chair, I wouldn't know because...
No. Your fears, beliefs, etc., must be based on fact. Who would have known about you going to Durban, you going to source whatever information in Durban, and therefore have been concerned about your use of your cars, or been interested in the use of your cars in Durban? Tell me something that's based on fact.
Chair, the people whose information I'm following up on have got relationships with high-ranking officials. Anyone snooping around, it definitely does. There's exposure.
But how many people go to Durban and use their bank cards? How many people?
Granted, Chair, a lot of people do go to Durban and use their bank cards.
Then answer my previous question, because that's why what your responses do not make sense.
Chair, I still maintain that when following up on information, my mindset is that be as discreet as possible.
It doesn't make sense to me. I will leave it at that for now.
Can I just make a point? This is important, Mr. Nku, because at a scene of a major drug bust of drugs worth hundreds of millions of rands, when unexplained amounts of cash are found there, questions have to be asked and certain inferences have to be drawn. And you must give us an innocent explanation that explains the presence of that cash there. And the explanation you've given me so far, I speak for myself, not for the chair, does not make sense. And I will leave it there for now.
Okay,
But you understand why these questions are being asked. I know you are legally represented, and to be fair to you, your lawyers would probably have advised you, but this question is being asked in that context, so that you understand.
You see, in fairness to you, I'm not saying this is an inference that we as a commission will draw. I'm not. We are far from that at this stage. I do not know what in the end we will decide and what inferences we will draw. But at the lowest level of possibilities, some may think you had that much cash to pay out those who had assisted in getting these drugs out of the system and taking them to whatever destination. I'm saying at the lowest. I'm not at all talking probabilities, nor am I even saying that that's an inference that we will draw in the end. So I'm just saying that is why we are questioning you as much as we are doing around carrying this much cash, something that simply does not make sense and on which you have not given a cogent explanation. That's fine.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. I do gather that it is extremely difficult to understand as to why would one travel with such an exuberant amount of cash. Hence, I've been trying to explain that it was as a result of me taking advantage of the cash at the disposal of the company. It might have been that one needed not to travel to KZN. It might have been utilizing cash for any other obligation or need that one had, but one took money that they were not supposed to take. That's what I'm trying to express. That granted, I had people, or I should have had people, to go make the deposits, but because I did not know the need of my travel costs, it might have as well been that I go to Durban and immediately deposit the money, or I go to Durban and deplete all of it, which is, hence I say, which is funds that I shouldn't have taken or I shouldn't have utilized. To that tune, I do concede that wasn't my money to take. I'm not saying it, when I say petty cash, it wasn't my money, Chair. It was money belonging to the company, which I took advantage of because my thought process was, I do not know how much I'll need. Maybe I might need to stay for a week. I'm not going to utilize my bank card. I might as well utilize this and then deposit the rest, because initially, in any case, the people who I ended up calling, or the person who I ended up calling on the 8th, wasn't the one who was supposed to have conducted that operation. In fact, it might have been there that I didn't need to go to Durban if the person that I had expected to conduct it had answered me at the time. I solely went there because of not getting any response. I thought we are this far with information, so let me just go and follow it up. But I discovered later on what was the reason.
Perhaps lastly on this, I think I asked you more than once as to what you were going to use the money for, and you said accommodation and tolls. And it could have been more if you stayed longer, maybe 2 or 3 nights, it would have been more. But the items themselves were just accommodation and tolls. And I will be surprised if you were to want to add to that. And in fact, I will probably not believe it, because I asked you more than once, and you said just accommodation, initially just the 1 day, and you said possibly I might have stayed longer, therefore 2 or 3 additional nights, and then tolls. So that's the sum total of what you would have used the money for. Now, how much could you possibly ever have had to pay for those items? I don't know, maybe you stay at the most exclusive hotels in South Africa, so, but how much could you possibly ever have had to spend? But at least we do have an idea that you spent around 4,000 and 5,000, so that's sort of a ballpark figure.
For 1 night, Chair, it was around about less than 5,000 rand, unless I would have stayed at the hotel that
as I say, we already
all
know
that money in 1 night.
As I say, we already know that it was around that amount, because you said you took about 64 to 65,000. So all in all, because you were found with 60,000, you had spent 4,000 or 5,000. So we know that. That's what, yeah. So what would have been additional would have been another 4 plus another 4 if it went up to 3 nights, or 5 plus another 5 if it went up to 3 nights. So why carry 64, 65,000 rand for those 3 nights at the most and tolls.
Chair, I still reiterate and concede to this fact that
You see, I'm not repeating the questions I asked you. Earlier, I was just querying you on the very idea of carrying 64 or 65,000 rand in general terms. Now I'm being specific as to the expected expenses. So if that was all that was to be spent, why take 64 or 65,000 rand? Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Chair, we are talking about the 5,000 after the fact. Going there, at the time I did not know the type of hotel that I'd be accommodated in. There are much more expensive hotels in the area.
That's exactly why I said I don't know the types of hotels you stay in. Please continue.
There are much more expensive hotels in the area. So I wouldn't have limited myself, but it wasn't pre-planned. It was a spur of a moment because cash was at one's disposal. I did not take a subconscious decision of taking the total sum, but just taking some, I needed to take all of it, so that I eventually needed to make a deposit.
So you leave Johannesburg not having made a booking or a reservation. You drive all the way to Durban, and even along the way, you do not make a reservation. So you'll basically see how much you spend when you when you arrive in Durban.
Chair, sometimes it's cheaper to do things that way. It gets to be cheaper.
All right, I will. Yes.
Mr. Nku, a different aspect, or another aspect of this discussion is you had very specific information about these drugs or this consignment. You knew the container number. You knew exactly what you are looking for, or what Mashaba and whoever else even this senior official, but you knew what the consignment is supposed to be. So you would have known when that ship left, that vessel left Brazil. I think it's Brazil. I think we've been told that. So you had all of that detail. It's difficult to see a situation where you didn't know how long you would be in Durban, because you had all the information. You know how the harbor system works. That's why you were able to talk about certain containers being prioritized, a topic that we said we would come back to. But clearly, you know something about the workings at port, but you also have this full detail about this. I can't see how you would not have had an idea how long you're going to be there. In your explanation of why you had that much money, surely you did have an idea how long you could be there. You're going to be there because you have all of this information.
Commissioner Baloyi, I did not have the specifically when one refers to the container number in question. I did not have that up until the very end, if I'm not mistaken. If it's not the the 8th, it would be the 7th. It was up until the very end. I did not. I knew that there would be my intel was that there would be 11 containers. But obviously, because there are some that would need following up on, hence I say one checks which ones are prioritized.
Yes.
For that, that's at that point.
Yes. Forget the container number. You knew the vessel has left Brazil. You knew it's docking. Otherwise, you're going there on the 7th and not on the 2nd or on the 20th of July. Doesn't make sense. So you had enough information to know that it has, and it must be so, that you knew it has left Brazil. You knew it is expected to dock at on a certain date. So you had that kind of information. But your information, in fact, was as specific. Ultimately, information is as specific as there are drugs, and it is so much of it. And I'm saying on a composite of all of that evidence, that which is known, it's difficult to see a situation where you leave Johannesburg on the 7th or wherever you are leaving from on the 7th, and you didn't leave 5 days earlier, you don't leave 5 days later, that you didn't know how long you would spend in Durban. It just defies how things work, the logic of it. Otherwise, you should have left on the 1st of July, or you should have left on the 20th of July. So you did have an idea how long you're going to be there, because you had sufficient information.
Yeah.
You may, sorry.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Baloyi. I did have information. However, it wasn't sufficiently narrowed down enough. So I wouldn't have known, say for instance, there are 5,000, apologies, there are 5,000 or 2,000 containers that the vessel will be docking with. How long or which ones are prioritized, particularly in the company in question. So my stay there would either be shortened or extended on the basis of the information that I keep receiving. But I did not have conclusive information to warrant me to stay for a day or two, or 3 or 4. The information that I had didn't enable me to take that decision.
Right. Let me raise a second issue about this money issue and payments. I understood you earlier in your evidence to say that part of what you have to do when you gather information is you pay for it. Sometimes you have to pay for it. Did I hear you correctly? And I'm not saying from the 60,000 necessarily. The concept itself, that you have to pay sometimes to get information.
It does happen.
It does
yes.
happen, yes. Then my question is, you are not a registered informant. What is your interest to spend your money to pay people to give you information that you then say you give to law enforcement? What's your interest in that? What do you stand to gain to the point that you're prepared to spend your own money to get information?
If I may. I thought I clarified that earlier on, Commissioner Baloyi. I said that me being a source of information, I'm not restricted to the information that I would be providing. Obviously, over and above that, I'm someone who's in business, and one understand leveraging resources for future returns. Because I was still on this journey of getting remunerated at some point, and the type of information or intel that I'm able to provide, whatever costs in resources that I incur, I'll make up in many folds in the future on the basis of the information that I'm able to provide.
I'm speaking specifically about you spending on intelligence that's about crime fighting or helping law enforcement. So I'm speaking to that specifically. That what do you stand to gain that you spend your money to assist law enforcement? What do you stand to gain there? Don't tell me about your businesses and information that you get that you will leverage for your businesses. I'm not asking that kind of question. I'm asking specifically, you spend money to get information according to you, such as, let's say, this kind of information, where drugs, you get to know there are drugs that are coming in, and you tell Chief Mashaba, let's say. I'm not saying that's what happened here, you spent money that way. But I'm talking about those kind of facts, that what's in it for you, that you, an ordinary member of the public, a successful businessman by account of what we have here, what do you stand to gain? You can answer.
Okay. So maybe one didn't clarify that point. Commissioner Balui, when I'm saying one leveraging one's resources, I mean that, remember, I'm still someone who's in process of, at the later stage, getting remunerated or being uptaken as a source within SAPS or in law enforcement agency who would be a paid source. So the costs that one incurs along the way would be remunerated or would be equalized at a much later stage. It's leveraging one's current resources for future gains.
Why do you want to be part of this? I remember I said to you, you're a very successful businessman by all accounts, and we will still get to that. Why do you want to be an informant? And I don't mean any disrespect to anyone who's been registered as an informant. That should never be misunderstood. I have absolutely no idea what people get paid for this kind of thing. But it doesn't make sense to me that someone with a kind of profile business-wise, that the impression is created by the evidence that we will still go through, that you would want to be an informant, a registered informant, and that gets paid. What's your interest in that? Why don't you just carry on giving them information as it comes to you? But you are so invested in it that you travel all the way to Durban on this one occasion. You are prepared to stay however number of days. You don't know how long it's going to be. You are prepared to do that. You tell us you are even prepared to pay for that information. There's something that doesn't fit in with that kind of effort and what you will get paid, wanting to be registered as an informant and get paid for someone who doesn't seem to need it. Something doesn't square up. If your interest is to assist law enforcement, you don't need to be registered. You don't need to be paying. When it comes to you, you just pass it on. But you want to be registered as an informant, and then eventually you will be paid for it. Make it make sense to me. You may answer.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner Balui. I would like to place this. The type of information that one is able to get access to, I would say it's high stakes information. Some to an extent of information relating to information of national importance. So for me, it's not about simply being an informant, but putting the information that I'm able to acquire to good use, obviously with protection, because when one gives information as a businessman or as an ordinary citizen, one is not protected. That information may come back and haunt you. But if one is an official informant, any information that one has access to, one is at the very least protected in terms of how information is acquired or to what reason that information is acquired for. So the interest is not limited to financial gains. For me, I view it as there had been a plethora of opportunities that would even extend to when proper rapport is built, selling tech to our law enforcement. Tech that one knows would be able to help long term.
Right. I'll leave it here. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Nku, I want you to complete this picture, and it's really more for your benefit than for our benefit. The money issue. When you left Johannesburg for Durban on the 7th of July, 2021, what was the reason for you going there and for coming back? I'm still trying to make sense of how much money you had, how much money you needed, and all of that. So when you left Johannesburg for Durban, what was the reason for that? And also, when you left Durban to come back to Johannesburg, what was the reason for that?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. So apologies. Hey, Commissioner, apologies. Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. Apologies, Commissioner Baloyi. Thank you very much, Commissioner Khumalo.
She's the closest to the witnesses,
Yes.
so
That's
she
the
gets blamed for
explanation.
everything.
No, as a mother, she's here. So, thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. So when I left from Joburg to Durban, I wouldn't say it was for one reason, but one of the main reasons was one of my sources, or my source that side, did not want to exchange information on any telephonic platform. So, and the secondary reason was the person that I'd been calling throughout was no longer picking up my calls. So I was left to follow up on the information on my own.
Pause there. So your reason for leaving Johannesburg to go to Durban was related to this very container that we were discussing. The source was the source that related to this container.
Not specifically this container, it was containers.
Yes, containers, including this one.
Including that one.
So your reason for leaving Johannesburg and going to Durban was because you wanted to go see your source or contact your source or communicate with your source in relation to containers, including this one. Yes.
Precisely.
And then your
So my reason for coming back was upon identifying this specific container, because it was identified on the 8th.
So you are now interested in this container, and because it was leaving Durban and coming to Johannesburg, that was your reason for leaving Durban?
Not necessarily interested. That is one that I had conclusive details on, information on, that I can pass something that I would deem as actionable intel.
So you were no longer interested in the other containers because you had intel, verified intel, in relation to this one container. Your job in Durban was done. You could come back to Johannesburg.
I would say that to an extent.
Yes. Now, Commissioner Baloyi's question, which you may have missed.
Mm-hmm.
What benefit is there for you? I mean, all you're going to do with this information is to give it to the police. They will do whatever they want with it. For you to risk 60,000 of your company's own money, traveling on our roads is risky. You risk traveling.
Mm-hmm.
You risk people you say are dangerous. That's why you did not want to use your card.
Mm-hmm.
You risk all of that. You risk going to Durban, and you risk coming back because the information relating to this one container has now been verified, and you can pass on the information to the police. There was nothing in it for you, except maybe future benefits at a later stage once you are registered as a source. But for the purposes of you traveling to Durban, identifying the container and coming back, the only benefit to you was that the information will be verified and you will pass it on to the police.
I did not need to travel to Durban initially, Commissioner Khumalo.
Let's assume you did. I know you may not have needed to initially, but you did and you came back. And the only benefit for you would have been that the information is positive. You can pass it on to the police, and that's it.
I would say that long term there would be benefit.
But you did not know that for sure.
Yes, it wasn't definitive. However, considering the pedigree of the person who was supposed to have conducted the operation, I was certain that at least now you'd have instantly built rapport. Then I was now left with having to give the information to Chief Mashaba. But initially, given the pedigree, I was certain that you'd have certainly built, coming with information of this magnitude, then it would have placed me somewhere. You know?
Thank you. So, sorry. All three mics were turned at the same time. I'm wrapping up. So my interest in asking these questions was really to try to understand your interest in this container and also the money issue. So,
Mr. Nku, at the time, did you even know how much informers or informants were paid by the police?
Okay.
I heard don't go to the high stakes information and so on that you dealt with when Commissioner Baloyi engaged you. Don't go there, I've heard that. I just want to know, did you know at the time how much informers or informants were paid?
Relatively to successes, the type of success. I think Chief Mashaba had told me that informers would get 1.5% of a major success if it's in the form of a pack. That's why usually I would give him information relating to illicit cigarettes.
And you say 1% or whatever the percentage is.
1.5% of
1.5%.
Of the total value.
You said in relation to major successes, did you say?
Yes.
And in relation to other successes?
For me, major success would be anything in the form of a pass. That's why, generally, I would give him information relating to illicit cigarettes.
What I want to understand is when you seem to put an emphasis on major successes, does it mean for something else the rate was different?
We never had that discussion. The discussion was if there is a success. There's a major success.
Oh, so you were not interested in anything else. You were interested in major successes. That was your focus.
I had no way of quantifying it, Chair. I wouldn't say my only interest was a major success. For me, it would be relative. Because, for instance, if I give information pertaining to a truck, okay, let's give the other instance where I gave information pertaining to large consignment of pack. I wouldn't deem it a major success, but it is a significant success.
All right.
Because of the chain that it might lead to.
Thank you. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did you say you got to know Chief Mashaba in 2019 or not?
It's around about 2019.
2019.
Yes,
oh, thank you. And did you start giving him information from 2019?
Indeed, Chair.
Sorry?
Indeed, Chair.
And you say your aim was eventually to be accepted as an informer who would be registered, or informant who would be registered by SAPS. Now, it's 2 years from 2019 to 2021. What sort of time frame were you looking at to finally be registered as this informant?
I initially thought it was an easy thing. You provide information once you have proven that you are providing reliable information, then it would be one would be uptaken or considered. But it took way longer, and I started having doubts. That's why I say there was a point where I started having doubts.
That's not answering my question. You are telling me about how long it took and apparently never eventuated. What I want to know is, what did you expect how long did you expect it to take for you to eventually be accepted as an informant? Surely, I mean, Commissioner, was it Commissioner Tumelo Nku now? I'm not sure, who said that, we've seen what type of person you are, and you sound to me as a very intelligent person. So surely you would have had some outer limits in your mind as to what you were looking at. What sort of time limit were you looking at for you to be accepted eventually as an informant?
So, Chair, I personally didn't have a time frame in mind, but rather what was more important was building rapport.
Yes.
What was more critical for me was building rapport, because the more reliable the information you provide, the more rapport you build. Even if it takes two years, by the time, eventually in those 2 years, one gets uptaken, then one is actually able to strike many birds with one stone, because as I've been alluding to the fact that there is the tech side of possibilities. There are system mock-ups that one and his team had been working on building. So with proper rapport, one is able to say that, look, you have seen my intel works, my systems, the way I acquire intelligence works. So let me give you a glimpse of how I acquire that information, and it's through certain technologies. And then eventually one is able to make a pitch. Long term, there would be much more beneficial relationships in terms of being that informant and also providing the technology to aid.
You say that it proved to take quite a long time before there could be an uptake, correct?
True that.
Did you yourself take any positive steps for you to be taken or accepted as an informant? If so, what positive steps did you take? Sorry, because I doubt that it would just happen. Maybe it could have, but maybe not. You know, did you yourself take any positive steps?
Indeed, Chair.
I'm not talking about providing information. Mm-hmm. So you are providing information with a view to ultimately being taken. So what I'm asking you now, there you are giving information. Did you then at some point take positive steps? Now you see how, or the extent to which I am performing. Will you now formally accept me as an informant? Did you take any such formal steps, positive steps?
We've had those engagements, Chair. We've had those engagements. Though I feel that it was always a come back tomorrow story.
Who did you?
I engaged with Chief Mashaba regarding that.
Does Chief Mashaba, or did he take informants in a formal sense? Did he? Was he a person placed to take people as informants?
But, Chair, remember when I started reading my statement, I had stated that please consider when we move as a premise, my introduction to Chief Mashaba. At the back of my mind, he was always someone who would be capable because of proximities. Because if he's in close cycles of DPCI, that means he could easily facilitate that. I could not go to people that I do not know.
I'm asking about him. So basically, does that response mean that you knew that he could not himself accept you as an informant?
No, I didn't know.
You did not know?
Yeah, I did not know.
If you did not know, what is this you are saying about proximity, DPCI, and so on then? What do you mean by that? Because if you did not know, I assume that you would have believed that he could take you, he himself. And if you so believed, then it makes no sense to you to refer to his proximity to DPCI and whoever else.
No, I say this in the light of what I know now, maybe, Chair.
But it would have been no relevance to you at the time because I'm engaging you about what you knew at the time. So what you know now doesn't make sense to what I'm engaging you about. Do you accept that?
I do accept, Chair. Back then, because of the introduction, I would have thought or believed for that to be a fact, that I could be taken in.
And you knew that he was a traffic officer?
He was never introduced as a traffic officer.
And are you saying that at no stage did you ever get to know that he was a traffic officer? Back then, not now, back then?
No.
You never got to know that he was a traffic officer?
No, Chair.
Do you know now?
Yes, I know now.
Since when have you known?
I knew when we got arrested.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Nku, we know from your evidence, we now know that there was no money issue about you staying another night in Durban. You went to Durban, you were there for one night. You had enough money, it's not the reason you came back. But we also know from your evidence earlier that you became aware that this truck was not stopping on the way. You explained he never stopped at way bridges. You own trucks, so you know that's what happens with trucks, and this man wasn't stopping. Am I right in that recapturing of your evidence? Right? I'm
yes,
correct.
Commissioner.
Yes, yes. Now, can you explain, and your interest, maybe before I ask you to explain, your intel had told you there were trucks, there were containers, not just one container. There were containers of interest to you, not just the one. Mm-hmm. You verify at some point at least the one, and I think you had that conversation with Commissioner Tumelo that, well, you forgot about the other ones, so you decided you're no longer interested, and you focused on this one container. Can you just explain, why did you drive up to Gauteng with that truck? Why did you not relay this information? Because now you know the truck that is carrying this, and we have seen from pictures, it has the name of the company by the door. We know the details, so you have that information. Why did you not convey that information instead of driving and basically trailing this truck? Because that's the only way you could have known that he didn't stop at way bridges. It's because you were keeping an eye on this truck. Why did you do that? Yes, you may answer.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner Baloyi. I think for me it would have been easier if I had known the details of the truck while it was still in KZN. The reason why I say that it had crossed through these way bridges is because the truck details themselves, I got them later on the day. It had departed. I knew that there was prioritization, but when it departed, I did not know that. I had not gotten the details at that point. So that's the reason why eventually I make confirmations this side, and I called Chief Mashaba.
Sorry, explain that again. You were at the harbour, no?
No, I wasn't there.
How did you know there was prioritization of containers? And that then maybe takes me to that question that I had said I would like to hear you explain. How did you become aware that there are certain containers that are being prioritized?
It was through my sources.
These are sources. Access. Sorry, say that again.
So it was through my sources who have access.
So these are people who work there with this stuff, with containers and the movement of containers. It has to be somebody. At least that's how I think about it. That kind of information has to come from somebody who has who has insight into what is happening in the moment. Trucks are being prioritized either because they can see it on the system or they can see it physically with their naked eye, for them to be able to tell you that kind of information. Which one is it?
Yeah, Commissioner, I would please limit it to say I had sources for fear of self-incrimination in relating to access to information.
No, I'm not asking you to give us a name.
Okay.
I'm not. If you said to me Temba Koza, it wouldn't matter to me. I don't know Temba Koza. I'm asking how the system worked.
Oh, okay.
You say you by approximately so much, certain containers were identified as being prioritized for transportation.
Mm-hmm.
You either saw that, and that was my assumption when I asked you the question much earlier in the day. I thought you would have said, I happen to be there because I've been given this intel. So I happened to be there because I was watching to see what's happening. But now that doesn't seem to be the answer. Or if it is the answer, you can say that. And so it's either you were there, you observed it, or somebody else observed it and gave you that information, or they work off the system, whether it's Transnet or whoever is responsible at that point to be able to say these are being prioritized. So I'm asking what in fact is who gives you that kind of information? Is it someone who's seeing it, someone who's working with it, or is it you who is seeing it?
Someone who has access to the system.
Someone who works with the system. Okay, is the person that gives you that information. And at that point, where are you?
At that point, I'm in the Durban area.
You're in Durban.
Yes, Commissioner.
And someone else tells you the truck on which this container has been put. At which point do they tell you? It has to be a point before you leave.
Yes,
Durban, that you get told, because otherwise, where are you going if you don't know?
Yes,
right?
It was. I believe it was much later on the day.
So you stayed stationary in Durban until you were told that the truck on which this container is truck so and so.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, so you get the details there. Mm-hmm. At that point, then my question still arises. Why do you not then at that point give the information to Chief Mashaba? Because you are in Durban, he's going to meet the truck. Why did you consider it necessary to track and follow this truck? Because there will be evidence that shows, let me say it to you, there will be evidence that shows that on the 8th, you traveled all the way from Durban to Johannesburg or to Alberton. So I asked the question with that kind of information.
So, Commissioner, I gave the preliminary information, albeit not the truck details, but I gave Chief Mashaba the information, and his remark was make sure that it's correct.
Yes, but when he says make sure it's correct, he can't be saying to you open the container because he knows you're not going to do that.
100%.
So whatever he meant doesn't explain why you follow the truck. You have the details of the truck, is the point I'm making. Right? Now you've been told, and you've just said you remained stationary in Durban, and then you got this information, and you say you relayed it. It was preliminary. But what I'm putting to you is, but at that point you know the detail. You know it's truck so-and-so, New Jersey, Yellow Jersey rather. Truck so-and-so, Yellow Jersey. It's headed for Johannesburg. because otherwise it doesn't make sense why you go to Johannesburg. So you would have been told it is headed for Johannesburg. Why are you following the truck? Why is it not enough, in accordance with our earlier conversation where you've given the information, somebody else, law enforcement, Chief Mashaba will execute it in Johannesburg. And by the way, you have other trucks, other containers, you tell us, that had been flagged as potentially containing illicit stuff. So it seems to me that if sensible decisions were being made, it would have been to stay to see what happens with the other containers and then relay the information to somebody else to execute. But instead, you trail this truck all the way to Johannesburg. Explain that, which does not make sense.
Okay, Commissioner Baloyi, I left Durban, I think it was around about the time when the truck reached its destination. So I wouldn't consider trailing the truck. However, one considers this aspect that all the containers were going to one destination. So it's either disregard this one and say that no, Chief Mashaba will follow it. I'm going to give information on others. But remember, at the time, the only law enforcement officer that I know is him and the general. I needed to also ask him then to say that, Chief, what do we do with this other information?
Yes. And why didn't you? Why didn't you give him this information about the yellow JZ truck and then say to him, there are other trucks, give me other people that I can speak to because you will be occupied with that one consignment. He would be occupied with that one operation. Why didn't you, if indeed there were other trucks? If there were other containers, sorry, not trucks. Yes.
Yes. Commissioners, relating to the other containers, I did not know at what point their pickups would have been. But I knew definitively.
You had enough money to stay in Durban.
I, in terms of following information, I had confidence definitively based on the travel patterns of that truck that had already left. It's somewhat a truck that one was much more confident as opposed to taking a chance because remember there were 11 containers. So either one of those, even on the other two, because they hadn't been collected yet. This one had been collected.
Okay. When did you find out about the travel pattern of this truck? Because you say you left Durban after it had arrived in Johannesburg. When did you find out that how it traveled and that it is now in Johannesburg?
It could have been, I think, around about just before I called Chief Mashaba. About later on, around 7:30.
Yeah. So you had someone else who gave you this information because you're in Durban, remember?
Yes.
You're in Durban,
yes.
You're not trailing the truck.
Yes.
It arrives in Johannesburg.
Yes.
So you had somebody else who tells you this is how that truck has traveled. By the way, when Chief Mashaba testified, he said he didn't have full information when he had the first conversation with you. Mm-hmm. And it is the following morning, I think, when you met, that you gave him the full details of what it is. So he couldn't have been your source. on the 8th that the truck has arrived in Johannesburg. So you had somebody else who was looking at this truck.
I had another person who, another source of information relating to the destination.
As in what? As in a source telling you the truck will be going to Johannesburg? Is that what you mean? I'm trying to understand what you mean.
Not necessarily the truck would be going to Johannesburg. The truck would be coming to Yellow Jersey.
Yes, but you report to the suspicion about, or you confirm this must be the right container and right truck because of how it traveled, its travel pattern. And I want to understand that someone must be telling you that, must be telling you this truck did not stop at Way Bridges. This truck is now in Johannesburg. So when I say someone was watching this truck and giving you this information, it's because Mashaba can't tell you that. Chief Mashaba couldn't tell you that it didn't stop at Way Bridges. He knows nothing about it. And as I recall his evidence and the evidence leaders and my fellow commissioners will correct me if I'm wrong, that on the 8th, Chief Mashaba didn't have this detail. Where is the truck? Where has it landed? That's why you needed to meet. You sent him a place, a pin, and you had to meet with him and show him where the truck is. So he could not have been your source. Someone else told you this truck did not stop at Way Bridges. And I'm saying, it seems to me, it has at that point to be somebody who is following this truck to know that it didn't stop at Way Bridges at all, at any Way Bridge. And then someone must be able to tell you that Yellow Jersey truck with registration so-and-so arrived at Yellow Jersey depot, I think that's what it is, and it arrived at this time or on this date. You have to have eyes that are telling you that. And my question, that's what I'm asking you. So you obviously had somebody else. If it's not you, somebody else told you this information.
Chair, limited to saying I had sources through my source in Durban. I had sources in the Yellow Jersey company. That's how it got reiterated that when a truck travels in this manner, usually there's definitely something.
So it's Yellow Jersey, it's your source in Yellow Jersey that tells you the truck arrived at this time, but they also tell you it means it didn't stop at Way Bridges.
Precisely, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Can we, after a 5-minute break, continue until 6 p.m.?
Yes, Chair, that will be appropriate.
Mr. I was asking, I was including you in the question, Mr. Du Plessis. Continue just for 5 minutes and then be back and continue until 6 p.m. Let's adjourn and come back at 25 to.
We're ready to resume.
Mention this.
Yes, Mr. Musigidi.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nku, perhaps we can wrap up the topic on the reasons why you had the 60,000 cash on you. And I still persist that you keep on giving contradictory reasons for various questions that I put to you. And I've noted now on the reasons through your engagement with the commissioners as to why you would have that amount with you. On your statements, at least, you had mentioned it was part of your travel costs and part of it could have been used for paying for Intel. Do you remember that?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes, and then later on now you added a new one. You said, no, this was a petty cash. Do you remember that as well? You remember mentioning that the money could have been, it was a petty cash.
No, from that's not addition, Advocate Musikidi. It's where the money is coming from.
Yes, then if it comes from a petty cash, it's a petty cash.
Yes.
Yes. And then later on, again, when you engaged further, you said, no. That amount, actually, it's the entire amount that you received through your clients who were paying you in cash. You remember that as well?
It's one and the same thing as I believe. Yeah.
It's not completely different. When you receive petty cash, you account differently for it from taking money for travel costs. They are completely different amounts. But you remember now saying that actually it was the entire amount that was supposed to be put in a safe. And in fact, you said, well, you acknowledge that you should have or could have banked it or saved it.
Maybe I need to clarify or qualify it, Advocate Musikidi, that monies received through clients in a form of cash payment can be registered as petty cash.
Yes.
Because it's monies that are hard cash as opposed to funds which are transmitted through transfers.
Yes, I'm saying to you, you added to say later on it was the entire payment that you should have banked. So you said that, remember?
Please repeat yourself.
You said that amount was actually the entire amount that you have received as payment.
Yes.
And then I think last you were also asked, and you said, well, the reason why I had that money, I think you said you wanted to be discreet so that you don't use your bank card and you pay by cash, so that you keep. I think you always said no footprints when you do this kind of work, just to remain discreet. Remember you said that?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, if we were to look at your bank account and find that you've actually not telling the truth because you've been swiping that card going to Durban, that means it's not true that amount was, you had that amount because you wanted to remain discreet. What would you say?
I would be surprised. On the date in question?
On the days in question, yes.
Yeah, I'd be surprised.
You'll be surprised?
Yeah, I'd be surprised.
Please, no.
Okay.
Can you please repeat the answer? Don't whisper.
Okay, I'd be
because the transcription must capture what you are saying.
Okay, no, I'd be surprised. Granted.
Okay, no, let's get surprised. Then it's fine. Chair, let's go to. Is this CJC 330.1? It's 330.1. CJC 330.1. Yes. And we go to page, do you have the file, Mr. Nku? Yes, let's go to page 323. Are you there?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, you see on top left, please don't flag this. On top left, it's your name, Mr. Tumelo Nku. You confirm that, and your address? Can you confirm that?
Wait.
On your top right,
Yes, sir.
it's you confirm that's a bank statement, what you're looking at, FNB bank statement.
Yes, sir.
Yes, and then if you go further down, it says FNB Fusion Private Wealth Account, and it gives an account number there, starting with a 6 and ending with a 1. Do you see that?
It will be page 24.
No, we are still on 323.
323.
Yes.
Okay, sure. Yes, sir.
Do you confirm that at least that seems to be your bank statement?
Yes, I do confirm.
Yes, and then you'll see that from the account number, when you go 1, 2, 3 lines down, the third and the fourth line, it says statement period 21st of June 2021 to 21 July 2021. You see that?
I see that.
Yes. Now, if you flip over at page 324, you will see the transactions there. On the left, you will see there's dates there. And I'm not pitching this any higher to say if this bank statement is correct. You will see that from the 7th, well, on the 7th of July, you will see that there's different toll gates there. Do you see those toll gates?
From the 7th?
Yes, where the card was used. And if you go further down, you will see that, on the further right, that will be the amounts that were used on that account.
Don't you want to refer to amounts? On such and such a date, there's a debit for a toll gate in X amount, and toll gates have names. Maybe if the name of the... Oh, yeah, I do see De Hoek, for example, De Hoek Toll Plaza.
Yes, let me get a ruler. The page.
I think you will deal with it better that way.
So, Mr. Nku, you'll see that there's the Hook Plaza, where there's a payment of 53 rand. And the Hook Toll Plaza, it is in the region of KZN.
Is that on the 7th of July?
On the 7th of July, it says so, Chairperson. And there's a Moy Toll Plaza. I think it usually records as Moy River.
I doubt that De Hoek is in... Did you say De Hoek is in KZN?
Let's go down here.
De Hoek is
It's
here
going
close
down,
by.
yes. I think it's Moy Toll Plaza. That goes further down.
Yeah, that's in case.
Maybe you
Yes.
can explain.
And then there's Welge Toll. And then there's Tugela Toll Plaza on the same date, where there's an amount of 78 rands that was paid.
Advocate Msikidi.
And remember, Mr. Nku, I say if these statements are anything to go by, because we still have to verify them, but that's what we received from your bank. Yes.
Do you see the hook on the 7th of July?
I am seeing, Chair. And,
Sorry.
I am seeing, Chair. I don't know whether the 7th is the reconciliation date, because the other. Please look at on the far right.
Yes, I'm getting there. I'm coming there to say that Chair would notice that sometimes with the e-tolls, they don't reflect immediately as you pass by. Hence, I'm saying these need to be verified. But what you can see when you go down, and then to confirm that point, you will see that on the 8th, at the very least, I think this is the most accurate we can get. On the 8th of July, there is an entry on the 7th. Sorry, it's the 9th of July. On the 7th, there's an entry here of Mariam Hill main line that will be in.
That's in KZN, Pinetown area.
Pinetown area, and that at the very least we know that it reflects on the 7th of July, even if you look in the middle date to say that if on the left is the date that was later reflected, but the actual date of the reflection of the transaction, if Mr. Nku would suggest the one in the middle, at least that still puts him in the KZN region in any event. Mr. Nku,
yes.
do you follow?
Yeah, I do follow, Chair.
Yes, I understand these things
can
can be confusing because you'll get the message 2-3 days later sometimes that you passed a toll gate, and then you get surprised.
Yeah, okay.
Just before you, there was an issue that you see Mr. Nku keeps whispering. Mr. Nku, I thought there was an issue you wanted to address before you answer the question, which is that the two columns, one could be the date when a transaction reflects in a bank statement, and then another could be the date when the transaction actually happened.
When it was initiated.
When it was initiated. So that's why you have two columns.
The other one is the reconciliation date.
Please don't interrupt me, because I saw you wanted to deal with that before you answer the question. So I was just giving context so that you do that and then you respond to the question. Because otherwise you'll keep interrupting each other because he's asking a question and you want to clarify as he's speaking. So deal with that and then answer his question. It will make more sense that way.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Balui. But I think he was already on the verge of clarifying. In fact, I think you had clarified, Advocate Musikidi.
I have. And really, Mr. Nku, the point I wanted to deal with, at least at this juncture, is the fact that your reason that you wanted to remain discreet does not hold water. And we will make submissions at least at the end to say that 60,000 had a particular purpose it had to serve. It was not merely there to be spent as you put it. Do you follow that?
Advocate Musikidi, I would like to direct you to the statement again.
Yes.
Maybe on the statement. There is nowhere where accommodation is shown to be paid for. I think on the statement.
No, I say accept that.
Sorry to both of you. I think perhaps the page that Mr. Nku should be referred to is 325.
325?
Yes, because there you actually see the hook 7 July, which would suggest that you were traveling south on the day, and then it reflects on your account on the, where is it? On the 14th of July. But you yourself used your card on the 7th at the Wood Toll Plaza in Heidelberg.
In fact, what you see there, Mr. Nku, is you've got, with each toll plaza, you have travel on the 7th and on the 8th. So that's how they've been arranged. So you've got travel on the 7th and you've got travel on the 8th at the same toll plaza, which shows you were going the one direction and then the opposite direction on the next day. And the same with De Hoek and Moy and Velge.
Do you see that?
Oh, I see that, Commissioners.
Mr. Musigiri, do you want to engage Mr. Nku on that basis then?
Yes, Mr. Nku, then you must accept, based on that your assertion that the reason why you had 50,000 cash on you was for you to avoid having to use your card so that you remain discreet. That does not hold, at least on this narrow point, that your card does place you and dislodges your discreetness.
Advocate Musikiri, I don't see anywhere where I've paid for accommodation here.
You don't see what?
On the statement where I've paid for accommodation.
That was not my question.
Okay.
That was not my question about accommodation. You said the reason why, and you mentioned toll gates, if I remember very well in your testimony.
Amaxis, I said toll gates and accommodation.
Yes, so we're dealing with toll gates. That's my question. It might well be that you paid cash for accommodation. I'm not taking issue with that, and that's not the point I'm getting to. But you accept that.
I concede. I concede. Sure.
And really, the point is this, Mr. Nku. You have made payments to Mr. Mashaba before, or Chief Mashaba before.
I made payments twice. Yeah.
You have made payments to Mr. Mashaba prior to the 9th of July, 2021. You concede
Indeed.
that?
I do concede.
You've paid him some money.
I haven't paid him. I would say I've lended money. I haven't paid him.
We'll deal with that. Let's find a neutral way. You've transferred funds.
I've transferred funds.
We'll come to the reasons as to why those at an opportune time. And really, that's the point I'm trying to make. That you have transferred funds to to Chief Mashaba previously, and on the 9th of July 2021, you had the means to make further payment to him. So paying him would not have been an issue, at the very least, as a proposition, because you had cash with you and you have exchanged monies before. At least you have directed money towards his direction before. You will have to accept that.
I don't accept that. Commissioners.
Which part are you having difficulties with?
So.
Let me break it down.
So maybe put the proposition to him again.
Yes.
Let's try again. We are very agreed that you have transferred money to Mr. Mashaba, and we have also considered, it's common cause now that you did have that 60,000 on you on that day. And what I'm saying to you is that then you were in a position to make payment to him on that day, if there was a reason to do so. You had the means, and you have done it before anyway.
Commissioners, I would say that I had the means either way, whether I had cash with me at that point in time.
Yes.
So, regardless of whether I was present, I would have had means.
Yes, no, that's the concern. Remember, we have Mr. Nku, is that you have previously paid Mr. Mashaba for whatever reasons that we'll deal with in due course. But also we're trying to find the reason. Remember, we spent the whole hour now trying to find the real reason or reasons why you kept this money. and you've gave us a couple of reasons, and we're still trying to, we have not come to a conclusion as to why you had that money. But I'm putting to you that at that stage, because of what we've discussed and what we have tried at least to exclude, to say this money was kept there, but not for the things that you've mentioned, but also what I'm putting to you now is that that same money could have, there was a opportunity for you if there was a reason to do so, to pay him, or at least to make some transfer to him.
I wouldn't see the reason why to do that.
Because you have done it before. Hence, I'm saying we'll get to the reasons, and he told us why, and that's why I'm saying on the scene on that day, you being found with that kind of amount, and having dealt with, or at least having in this commission being at least informed of your previous dealings with Mr. Mashaba. The idea that, for now at least, that money could have been used for those who assisted you, including Mr. Mashaba, it's not far-fetched. But you can deny it if you want, but those are the facts.
For me, it would be far-fetched, commissioners, because I don't see the reason why to pay him for doing his job.
Now, we're still on page 5. Go to page 5 of your statement. The original statement, the first one.
So, have you already asked your question, or are you still directing? Oh, let's wait for him.
Page 5. In that paragraph where it mentions, so that the very top paragraph on top, remember we are trying, yes, do you see it there, where it mentions that 60,000?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes, but what I want to deal with is a different aspect, which is the point I was trying to wrap up with you regarding you being at least creating an impression that you're an informant. And I want to draw your attention to your conversation with...
Sorry, Mr. May I ask questions that are related to your last questions? Please. You said, Mr. Nku, this is page 4 of your statement, not the supplementary.
The main statement.
Yes. You say the 60,000 rand was for, you say it was for part of your traveling expenses. You remember that?
Yes.
In your statement?
Yes, Chair.
Yes. Now, with that much money, would there have been any reason for you not to use the cash? And if so, what would that reason have been? You have, in fact, we know it was not even 60,000, it was 64 or 65,000. With that much cash, would there have been any reason not to use that money, but instead to use your cards?
There probably would have, the possibility would have been using I just don't recall using the card, but I would guess what comes to mind is that generally cards are quicker, even when you pass a toll gate. You just tap and you go, as opposed to cash.
But you see the difficulty with that answer. You're quite right. You're quite correct.
Yes.
It's very quick, or if you don't have a tag, then you use your card, it's much quicker. You are quite correct. But your difficulty or your problem is that you said, as Mr. Musigiri engaged you just now, and in fact, even in response to questions by me, you said you are going to use the cash for toll gates. That's your difficulty. But that's not my question. My question is, would there have been a reason for you not to use that cash, but instead to use your card? for whatever travel-related expense? Would there have been any
At that point in time?
On that, I'm talking about the day when you were, the days, the 7th and the 8th, when you had 64,000 or 65,000 rand on you. Would there have been a reason for not to use that cash? If there would have been, what would that reason have been?
The only thing that comes to mind, as I say, Chair, it would have been convenience.
So no other reason.
It's
You have this cash, you have specifically taken it from your office for using it for travel-related expenses, but you then end up not using it. Is that what you are suggesting? So all of a sudden now you see the convenience that I was talking about when I engaged you much earlier, the convenience of using your card. Now you are falling back to that when you just rejected that and said you wanted to use the cash. How can that suddenly be a fallback position? Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Chair, traveling expenses include, as I said, what is more costly would be then accommodation. However, on the tolls, I maybe need to peruse to check whether I used the card on all the tolls. Because generally, I would have had to use the cash.
We've seen quite a few here. We've seen the Hook, we've seen Moy Plaza, we've seen Marian Hill, we've seen Tugela. That's very close to being all of them. That's very close to being all of them.
3 and 4. But because
so if or rather that being the case, it gives a lie to what you said. I will not engage you further on that. Mr. Musigiri has done so. But what I want to, so effectively, you are not, except for the convenience of using your card, you are not able to tell me what convenience, or rather, what reason you would have had not to use the cash that you had specifically taken from Johannesburg to use on this trip. So you have no other reason except for the convenience of your card, or rather, the convenience of using your card. No other reason. Yes.
If I may, the convenience of using the card on tolls, but as I said, I believe cash was used for accommodation.
So you are taking the tolls that you had included, you are now suddenly taking them out?
No, I'm not, Chair.
You are. Sorry, you are. You just did now.
If I may, so I need to peruse to check whether all tolls back 3 and 4 were used. I used my card on all tolls.
It doesn't matter if there might be the odd one where you didn't. I mean, if you look at 3 to 5, there's a good few there. If you want to have a quick look, you may do so. But why I asked for a reason as to why you would not have used the cash. Look at page 324, the third last item on that page. Do you see that item? Third last at 324. Do you see it? For an amount of 1,129 rand 50 cents.
Yes, Chair.
That's a fuel purchase at Shell Midway Motors. I have no idea where that is, but it was one of the days on which you were traveling. Where did you pay? Was it in Durban? Where was it? The 8th was one of the, you do see, the transaction was finalized on the 10th of July, but you yourself used your card on the 8th of July. That's a fuel purchase. You see that?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair.
You have this huge stash of cash. You've not used it for the tolls, and now you've not used it for a fuel purchase. I must say, with all these, sorry, let me speak. I must say, with all these transactions where you did not pay cash during your travels, it makes it very difficult to believe the story that you carried 64,000 rand or 65,000 rand to use it for your travels. What's your comment, Mr. Nku?
I have used part of the money for my travels, Chair.
No, I'm making a slightly different point. I'm saying the transactions that we actually see that show that you did not use the cash suggest to me that this question about you having carried cash to use it for your travel may well not be true. That is the point I'm making to you. What comment do you want to make in that regard? I'm not asking you about what you may have partly used the money for. What's your response to what I'm suggesting to you?
Chair, I would say that I have used part of the money,
And
because what costs more would be accommodation.
Accommodation which was 4,000 or 5,000 rand, and yet you carried 65,000 rand. That just doesn't make sense at all, Mr. Nku.
Can I also just add to the chair that your reason that you gave why you have cash, you say it's because you wanted to travel discreetly. It's completely undermined by the fact that you're driving, for one. Two, you're using your credit card at toll gates. So if you were really concerned about not leaving a footprint there, you've been leaving it all over the place, which is another reason that puts doubt on your explanation why you had the money at the crime scene on the day. You may comment to the chair and to me. I was just adding another factor that I say undermines your explanation for having cash on you on the 9th.
I do understand Commissioner Balui. However, I'm of the view that the tolls that I paid cash in, or rather I've paid via card. It wasn't necessarily all the tolls. It would seem there are tolls that I paid cash, but going forward, it would seem I used.
But is it not most? Is it not most of them?
It is
most. It is most of them. So if you gave us as a reason paying tolls, and if you also gave us as another reason not wanting to, or rather wanting to be discreet and not to leave a footprint all over. So basically we must discount part of the reasons you gave us for carrying 64,000 or 65,000 rand. So we must discount some of those. And we are left only with a hotel. Correct? Correct?
And fuel going to, I think.
Sorry?
I think fuel going to then also.
It doesn't matter whether you were going, you were definitely not going to, because you went down on the 7th. This is the 8th. So, but that's not what I'm asking you now. I am saying you gave us reasons that this was travel. 2 reasons. One, you wanted to be discreet, meaning you didn't want to leave a footprint. You know, going down and then up to and from Durban. And secondly, you wanted to use the money for tolls and your hotel accommodation. Now we see that for most of the toll gates, you actually used your card. So what I'm saying is, with the exception of the 1 or 2 tolls, effectively, we must discount the reasons that you gave us for carrying the huge amount of cash. 2 of those reasons being the tolls and wanting to travel discreetly. I'm not forgetting the fact that you are saying maybe 1 or 2 you paid cash, but significantly, substantially, you use your cards for tolls. That's the main point. And add to that the fuel. So effectively, we must discount at least 2 of the reasons you gave us. Yes.
If I may, Chair, thank you. Maybe fuel going to, I certainly used cash.
But just respond to my question with regard to the 2 reasons you gave us: paying tolls and wanting to travel discreetly. That's my question. So I'm saying, must we now forget about those as the main reasons? I'm quite mindful of the fact that you say you may have paid for 1 or 2 tolls, but substantially, we must forget about that reason, and we must also forget about the reason that you wanted to travel discreetly. Do you agree? Do you agree? I guess you must. You simply must. Do you agree?
Please allow me, Chair. I would concede, Chair.
Sorry?
I would concede.
You concede, thank you. Now, this takes us back to, that concession takes us back to the point made by Commissioner Baloyi, which is, once you have all these difficulties, that tends to suggest that you having that much money in your car at Aeroton on the 9th may well be that you had that cash for some other reason, not the reason that you have given us. Do you want to comment on that?
Chair, I wasn't planning to be in Aeroton. So I might as well have had that money in Yellow Jersey. The decision for me to find myself in Aeroton was made by other people, not myself, or was made for me.
No. Maybe let me forget about Aeroton. Let me talk about you having that amount of cash in your car. That was for a reason other than the reason that you have given us. Your comment?
I disagree, Chair.
All right. Now, which hotel did you stay at in Durban? A hotel where you paid cash, how many times do you pay cash at hotels? A hotel where you paid cash, what hotel was that?
You do pay cash when even when you do immediate booking via the bookings.com. They do take cash. I'm thinking, where did I stay?
Please speak up. I hear that.
Apologies,
you-
Chair. I'm thinking, where did I stay then?
Please think about it overnight. Please.
Yes, Chair.
We want to get that hotel. Mr. Musigiri, should we not? It's 6:15, and I had said 6 p.m. Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow. Please be here before that, Mr. Nku. Thank you to both of you. Let's adjourn.